All right, it's 2 o'clock. This is May 23rd. Glad I looked down, almost said the 25th. We're going to have a long study session on the pay plan. So I imagine everybody will stay awake through the whole thing. Let the city manager introduce the topic.
Yeah, I've just got a brief introduction. Obviously, this is something we've been talking about for a while. You authorized funding and then contracting for a consultant to assist us with a pay plan study, among other things. They've got some other deliverables as well. Natalie Fisher, HR director, has been instrumental in kind of leading this effort and interfacing with the consultant. Been a lot of work coming to a conclusion in the last week and a half or so. So our intention today is to walk you through that process a little bit, walk you through some of the recommendations, and then we also, at the staff level, tried to do quite a bit of work and budget estimating so that we could have a conversation about the estimated costs and implementation and whether we can afford it going forward. And then lastly, the details will probably follow. Our intention today is really to talk more in terms of implementation models and cost estimating and get some preliminary direction from you. And I don't want to steal the conclusion necessarily, but I think we're at least comfortable that the level of detail in the cost estimating and our ability to budget. We've said all along the pay plan is one of our highest priorities going into this budget. Still going to be a little bit of a challenge, still going to take a little bit of effort, but I think we have some good information to share with you, and I'm optimistic about our ability to get it built into 2023's budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Natalie Fisher.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I will be sharing a lot of information with you, particularly to the pay plan and anticipated impacts with our organization. But before I do, I wanted to turn it over to one of our lead consultants that's been assisting us. His name is Mark Holcomb with Evergreen Solutions. He will be joining us virtually, and I think it's best to turn it over to him, and he can provide you with the background and the basis of how we got to where we are today.
All right, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, perfect. I can hear you. We do have a presentation that I believe I was told will be shared on your side. And so I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to go through that with you. Thank you all so much for having me. Let me see. My name is Mark Holcomb, and I am excited to share sort of the preliminary findings that we have for your compensation and classification study. And so as we go ahead and proceed to the next slide, what I'm going to talk about today with you, we're going to start with some recap about some of the things that have occurred at the beginning of the engagement. So the study goals, the project phase is really just mapping out what were the steps that we took to get to this point. The employee meetings and the current system findings, those are both going to relate to information that we collected on what you're doing right now. The employee meetings, obviously the employees had the opportunity to share their perceptual feedback. So how they felt about your current system, did they have concerns, were there things that they wanted to see us take a look at? And the current system findings really relate to what did we see when we looked at the data. Then we'll talk about the market results, which actually will be our comparison of you to the wider job market and the market that you're competing in for talent. And the recommendations and the next steps will be what I will finish up with at the end. Before turning it over, I believe this presentation has plenty of slides that have been added from your side, where they'll actually take you through that budget impact as was mentioned. So if we go to the next slide to start talking about some of our study goals here, we really did have two main goals that we wanted to keep in mind throughout the process. One of those is to make sure your current compensation system has as high of a level of internal equity as possible. And so making recommendations to that compensation system, again, internal equity relates to how positions inside the city compare to one another. So if you have two different positions in different departments and they're doing the exact same job, the exact same work, maybe the same duties, same responsibilities, they're just in two different departments. You would expect those positions to have similar compensation available to them. It doesn't mean they'll make the exact same amount. Maybe one of the employees has been with the city for 30 years and one just started last week. Maybe one of them brought in a significant amount of education experience from the outside, or maybe one of the employees is a high performer and the other is not. But that being said, you would want the compensation that is available to both of them to be about the same, so that if they did have the same experience, the same qualifications, the same performance, et cetera, they would be able to be compensated in the same way. So we did look at your internal system for those kinds of comparisons. We also looked at how employees compared with their supervisors, how the jobs that had more complexity compared to those with less complexity, but obviously that gets into a more advanced discussion. So we did look throughout your internal system to measure that internal equity. External equity was the other thing we looked at. So comparing your positions to those in the wider job market. So if an employee were to leave the city and go work somewhere else, would they be leaving if they did the exact same job at the other location? Would they be getting more money, less money, or would it be about the same? So we did keep both of those factors in mind. We wanted to not just do a pure market study, because we obviously want to respect the internal relationships that you have as well. And so we have produced recommendations that we believe maximize both of those factors. So moving on to the project phases, we do divide up the project into 4 major steps. And so sort of phase 1, the outreach phase, we did have the project kickoff and introduction. That's where we got to meet your HR and your project leadership team on your side, where we worked with them to map out the timeline of the study, collect data, ask questions, things of that nature. We then did collect that data from you all, not only from your HR team, but also, as was mentioned before, coming out in person, meeting with department heads, meeting with employees, meeting with supervisor groups, and sending out an electronic survey for employees to fill out and give us feedback on their jobs. So phase 1 was all about, again, introductions, meetings, collecting data. And then phase 2, we get into reviewing that data that we collected. So phase 2 is the internal analysis. The first thing we have to do is learn about your organization. Make sure we understand how you administer pay. Make sure that we're giving recommendations again at the end that are based on how your system functions and what changes and tweaks we might want to see to your system. So that data review, again, deals with us looking at your job descriptions, your compensation, your pay plan that you're currently using, et cetera. And we have a document called the Assessment of Current Conditions that really turns around sort of the results of that. Where did we see compression? Where did we see clusters of employee pay where we would say, hey, some of these employees should be making more, some should be making less, and sort of how, that comparison between those employees, how does it make sense the way they line up when compared to one another? Phase 3 is the external analysis. So after we've looked internally, we look to the market and say, okay, now that we understand the internal system, how do they compare with the wider market? Is the city of Salina paying about the same as the market? Are you below the market? Are you above the market? That's the main question we wanted to ask in phase 3. And that brings us again to phase 4, solution. So the implementation options, I think it was just alluded to or maybe posted. But again, we've come back with multiple implementation options for you to consider. We do have a recommendation. But again, we've come forward with some different options to say, here's what we think you could do to address some of the things that we turned up during the study. Reporting includes things like this meeting, where we actually report our findings to you, but it'll also include a written report and the documentation that we provide to HR as well to help administer the system into the future. So continuing on then, we did talk to employees, as we mentioned, and they returned a lot of comments, some of them positive, and some more what we'll call concerns with the system. So in the positive comments, one of the things employees did mention, they really appreciate the benefits package. That's something you do hear sometimes, in public sector, is employees really come for the benefits and they say, hey, we're probably not here for the salary, we're here for the benefits. And again, it's still good to hear that, because we know it's a value proposition that you're offering that may not be matched with some other organizations. And employees felt that way. They did appreciate the benefits package that they have. The stability as well, that's certainly something you've heard from employees over the past year or two as the market's kind of gone up and down and there's been a little bit of unpredictability. Employees do appreciate having a stable job, and a stable job not just in terms of keeping that job, an employer that they know is going to be there, but also stability in terms of scheduling, in terms of I know when I'm going to have to work. I know what hours I'm going to have to work. Again, not every single employee. We know there are some who are on call, some who have to come in, but we did hear from a lot of employees. I appreciate having a stable, 8 to 5, 9 to 5 type of job. The culture was the last thing employees mentioned. And so, again, there were a lot of employees who mentioned the little things, the little benefits that just sort of, hey, it really makes me feel like the city cares about me. The relationships that employees have with their coworkers as well as their supervisors. And so that sort of sums up the high-level positive comments that we heard. But, of course, we heard some concerns as well. And so on the concern slide, again, we did hear some things that employees said, hey, we'd really like you to take a look at this. Job descriptions were one, where employees said, hey, I don't think my job description captures the full scope of the duties that I'm asked to do. And so they really said, hey, we'd like you to take a look at those. We'd like you to add some of the things that we're responsible for that, may or may not have been captured up until now. There were some employees who had concerns with work-life balance. One of the things that you see nowadays, in sort of the COVID or post-COVID mindset, employees really want to see flexible scheduling. They really want to see the opportunity to, work when they want to. If they want to catch up on their work later, if they want to work in the evenings, if they want to work virtually, that's really something you're starting to see a lot of in the market. And employees do have that ask. There were some employees who asked for that. And then again, asking for, the ability to roll over a higher percentage of unused leave. Again, there's some things like that in the benefits where employees said, hey, we like our benefits package, but what if it was a little bit better? What if we had a little bit, more generous offering in this particular area? Something that employees did like to bring up sometimes. Performance evaluations, employees would like to see a little bit of a change to performance evaluation such that they felt it would actually help them grow and really let them see, are they meeting their goals? Are they improving as a person, as a worker? Are they able to meet the needs of the department? And again, really help them to grow. And so there were thoughts shared on that. And then last, but certainly not least in the minds of employees, that external equity. Employees did have a lot of concerns about people leaving, about saying, hey, people aren't going to stay here and work in the public sector. Yes, if they have, okay, benefits, that's a wonderful, benefit to offer. But we have to compete on salaries. That was something that employees said that, hey, they really needed to compete with the external equity of the market. And so that sort of sums up the concerns that employees shared there. As we move to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the current system findings. And so some of the strengths and weaknesses that we sort of wanted to highlight at a high level. The employee does have the city does have clearly maintained pay ranges for employees. And you're doing pretty well in terms of compression. So in terms of advancing employees throughout the ranges, in terms of not having those clusters of employees packed together, the city has done a pretty good job with that. That's not to say there's no compression, but it is to say that, again, compared to the other organizations that we work with, and we work with cities, counties, et cetera, all across the country, you're doing a pretty good job in that area. The majority of your employees are paid more than their expected salary based on a 30-year progression plan. Again, we will come back to that in a minute when we talk about the market results. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's put a pin in that, because this one, we're looking at the internal system, but I think this one actually has a little bit to do with the external system as well. So what this means here is when you look at the current pay ranges from minimum to maximum, employees are further progressed between minimum and maximum than they would expect if you only look at the current ranges that they have. Now, that being said, we do have a lot of employees in the first quartile of the pay grade. Again, about 38% of employees, that is a high percentage. We typically wouldn't see it that high. Because you are advancing employees, again, we're pegging that to a high amount of turnover, new hires. It's not necessarily something that you can't see or you can't change, you can't overcome, but it is something we wanted to point out, that there is a significant portion of employees in the first quartile. Those employees in the first quartile are those who are most likely to leave your organization because they can make about the same money or more potentially from transferring to another organization. And you did have a number of pay grades, again, that had few or no classifications in them. So as we went through our recommendations, again, that was something we kept an eye out to say, hey, do we want to reclassify positions into more appropriate pay ranges? So if we advance to the next slide, we'll continue talking about the current system findings. Oh, excuse me, I guess we didn't there. We'll get to the market where we'll circle back to those current system findings on the next slide when we talk about the results, excuse me. In the market, then, we did want to highlight sort of who we compared you to in the market. We did return responses from 15 different peers. And so you'll see over on the right-hand side, those are the organizations that responded and provided data. And so the peer set, it does contain a great sample of comparator and competitor organizations. And so these organizations are not just organizations that are identical to you in size and scope and scale and offering. Some of them, we believe employees might look to say, hey, if I'm going to leave the city, if I'm going to go work elsewhere, maybe I have to move a little ways, maybe I don't have to move at all, depending on the peer. But these are peers, again, that would compete with you for talent. And then also, again, we do have other cities across the state where maybe they're not directly in your competitive market for most positions, but they're going through the same challenges you are. They're competing in the same market you are. And so we would be able to compare the rates they pay versus the rates you pay and say, is this an appropriate structure that you have in the city of Salina versus what they have elsewhere? We did adjust all responses for cost of living because, again, we understand looking across the state, there are different levels of cost of living. It is not, equally as expensive to live in each of the different cities up, in the peer list over there. And so we did adjust for cost of living with each of these organizations. Where appropriate, we put everything in terms of the cost of living that you have in the city of Salina. And so we did use a metric, an organization that posts their own metric. It's called the Council for Community and Economic Research. They are a national company that does cost of living data, and they've provided data to the federal government, to Coca-Cola, to large companies like that have, plants across the country that need to equalize pay. And so a very, very consistent metric to use there for those adjustments. We did look at benchmark positions, so 88 different positions compared directly to the market. Those positions were able to represent all of the positions inside the city. And the average response rate of those 88 positions was 6.5 matches per position. So again, not just one or two peers we're comparing you to, the average, half a dozen. And then again, many of them came in above and beyond that with the different peers there. So on the next slide, we do have the market results. And so I want to highlight a couple things before people make any, judgments on sort of what the market results show. First, on the left, you see the unadjusted results. In the middle, you see the adjusted results. So I'm going to talk mainly about the adjusted results in the middle. They are approximately the same, maybe a percentage difference. But what you find with the adjusted results, the cost of living, is the city has fallen rather, a decent clip behind the market when you look at pay ranges. So 17% behind at the minimum, 9% behind at the maximum. Either way you look at that, again, you are behind the market when you look at pay ranges. So that being said, if you look at the very right-hand side, you'll see the actual salary comparison. So the actual salary shows how much are people being paid at the city. The pay ranges show what is the minimum and the maximum pay available to employees. And this is where I sort of circle back to that assessment of current conditions, where we said, you've done a good job advancing people past their expected pay. They're making more than they would expect based on the pay ranges that you currently have. And I think that ties in really well with the market results. Because you have let the pay ranges from minimum to maximum fall further behind the market, you really have had to advance employees through the range. You've had to hire employees above the minimum of the range because of those pay ranges that are outside of the market rate. And so I do think these two things go hand in hand, that while you advance actual salaries, and you do have a small differential when you look at actual average salaries, it's not nearly the difference you see with the ranges. And again, I think that's important to note. So this all being shared, showing you the results, showing you sort of where you compare to market, I want to point out as well, the market is moving this year. Every one of your peers is going to move their salaries. Your peers are going to adjust because we are in a very hot market. And so I do want to point out, even if you look at that, the best case scenario, say, okay, we're 3% behind the market. I do want to point out again, that's based on the current numbers, but all of your peers are looking at adjusting as well. So if you say, okay, let's just grant a 3%, we'll get to that 3% number, you will find yourself, again, somewhere between 4 and 6 to 8% behind market. Even if you adjust to what's quote unquote that 3%, we are expecting the market to move this year. So with all that being shared, again, let's proceed to the next slide and start to talk about the recommendations that we have. So with the recommendations, we are recommending you adopt an adjusted, updated pay plan with new grades and a new minimum at $15.30 per hour. The newly recommended pay plan does have consistent range spreads and consistent progression between the grades. So again, we like your structure right now that has some consistency in it, but we did find it to be lacking when you compare to the market to really say, where are you in relation to the market? So we are recommending an adjustment to that pay plan. Then after we recommend that updated pay plan, so after you have an updated structure, you have to put positions into that structure. So recommendation 2 is we're recommending that you assign pay grades to positions based on both internal equity and the market. So again, that's the key here is it's not just what does the market say, let's put the position there. We did look at those relationships that positions have between one another. For positions that filled out that job survey, we analyzed that job survey and really said, okay, now that we're looking at these job surveys, which positions should be at a similar level inside the organization? Which positions should be higher than others or lower than others? And so that's, again, the key. We looked at internal and external when assigning those pay grades. And then recommendation number 3 is to select an implementation methodology. And so you have to place employees inside their newly recommended pay range. And so we'll talk about some implementation methodologies and sort of what are we recommending for you to do. But keep in mind those 3 steps. Pay plan first, assign positions into the pay plan second, and then once the positions have a grade, put employees into that pay grade. So proceeding from here, we do have a slide summarizing the costs that we have here. I do definitely want to emphasize here, these costs that I'm showing are the salary only recurring costs that you'll look at from these implementations. And so I do believe, and I don't want to speak too much to the slides that are coming, but I believe the city has some other looks that would show you benefits and things of that nature above and beyond. So this is the salary only impact here. Starting at the top, we do have the cheapest implementation methodology, that bring to minimum. The bring to minimum approach, the only thing it does is adjust employees to say, if you're below the minimum of the range, the newly recommended range, keep in mind, if you're below that, we move you up. If you're above that, you stay the same and you don't change from there. That will cause compression. So again, we said you don't have a significant compression problem right now. This will cause compression. And so it's not the option that we would recommend, but we do show it because it is the cheapest option you can look at. If you want to ask me the question, well, if we can't afford our option, what's the cheapest thing we could do and still have a market competitive structure? This would be the answer here. But again, keeping in mind, it does not adjust employees to that market competitive placement within the range. It would only give you the market competitive pay ranges that you basically would be able to utilize going forward. The parity options in the middle do focus on adjusting employees within their pay range. And so the parity options here, each of the 3 different options, class, hybrid, and tenure, would adjust employees in a slightly different manner. And those 3 options would focus on saying, okay, now that we have an appropriate range, where should each employee be placed within that range? So the class parity option does that by looking at an employee's time in a current classification only. The tenure parity option does it by looking at all of an employee's time within the city. And the hybrid blends the options together. So let's look at an example employee. Let's pretend if an employee has 5 years in their current job title, and they've worked at the city for 15 years overall. In the class parity option, they would only get 5 years of credit because they have 5 years in their current title. In the tenure option, they would get 15 years of credit because they've been at the city for 15 years overall. The hybrid option would give them 5 years of credit for their current title. So you get all of your credit for your current title, and you get 50% credit for any time beyond that. So they'd have those additional 10 years. They would get half credit for that, giving them 5 years in current title, 5 years for previous experience is 10 years total. So you can see why the class parity is always going to be the cheapest option. The tenure parity is always going to be the most expensive option of the parities. And then the hybrid is going to come in somewhere in between. The compa ratio and the discounted compa ratio are options that you could consider if you wanted to look at, well, how do we adjust if we keep everybody placed in the exact same placement in the range that they're currently sitting. And so what it does is, says if you are at midpoint in your current ranges, which are below market, we keep you at midpoint as we move you into your new ranges, which are now market, responsive. That is going to be a very expensive option for you because keep in mind your current pay ranges are well below the market. However, your actual pay is not as far behind the market. That shows right there. As we talked about with the market results, with the actual results, and with the assessment of current conditions, you are currently paying your employees more than they would think based on the pay ranges. And so if you were to do a compa ratio adjustment, again, you would keep those employees placed in the pay range above the pay rate, which they would quote unquote need to make to be market competitive. So the comp ratio is there, but it is definitely the more expensive of the options here. So if we go to the next slide, I believe we start talking about the recommendations, and that's correct. So we are recommending the hybrid option here. And the reason we're recommending the hybrid option is because we think it is the best blend of recognizing a few different things here. You'll see at the top, it does honor longevity at the city, loyalty to the city. So it does reward an employee for, if they've been here for 10, 15, 20 years, it does honor that experience and that knowledge that they have, that institutional knowledge that you cannot get anywhere else. That being said, it doesn't just look at longevity and loyalty to the city. It also acknowledges that expertise and the classification that somebody's going to get from serving in their current job title. And so the longer an employee spends in their current job title, again, the more they're going to gain, the more, the more the hybrid option will adjust them. As compared with the tenure option, which again does not compare, doesn't look at the expertise in classification. So we think the hybrid option gives you a good blend of the two. We did also make adjustments again to the pay ranges and based on the individual experience. So what that would result in with the hybrid option is everybody is in a market responsive pay range. Then we place them within that pay range in a market responsive position. So employees who have just started their careers can be closer to the minimum. Employees who have significant experience can be placed closer to the maximum or above the midpoint or so. And again, this would place everybody in a market responsive place inside the organization. We did implement a 2% minimum increase for all employees. Again, so that if you are above your projected placement already with the hybrid, you don't see nothing this year. We know, again, there's been inflation, the job market's moving, et cetera. And so we did want to have that minimum increase for employees. And so with this hybrid option, with the cost that we just shared, not only are you adjusting everybody to market, you're ensuring that everybody gets something. The last thing I'll mention is, where we did see that little bit of compression, the compression within some positions and some placements, the hybrid option does adjust for compression so that basically we would say, again, everybody in the city would be placed in their projected placement or above if we implement the hybrid option. So moving forward then, we do have a couple examples of some different employees, and these are actual employees. And just to give you an idea of some of the increases you're going to see, we took, essentially one from the bottom, one from the middle, one from the top, just to show you sort of what can happen. Obviously, not everybody is going to see increases as large or as small. Everybody's going to find themselves falling somewhere within or somewhere in between. But you do see employee A is currently making a little bit more than $15 an hour. They're currently almost at their grade minimum. So this is somebody who, again, this actually would be somebody who is below their projected salary, right now based on their, 6 years they've spent with Salina or 4 in their current classification. So in the recommendations, their newly recommended pay grade is about $37,000 at the minimum compared to $31,000 at the minimum currently. That shows the market adjustment required for this position. So this position, we said this position needs to move further to move for the market. And when we place the employee into the classification, we used their hybrid time of 5.37 years. And this would result in a recommended salary for this employee of $40,000. So again, they're currently making $32,300. They'd be placed at $40,700, which is a 20% increase. So that does show, again, those employees who are below the market, those employees who are hurting, who are looking, probably looking elsewhere, who are saying, I'm not being compensated the way I should be. There are large increases available when we find, again, that they are, quote unquote, under market. Employee B, again, is a little bit more mid-tier, when looking at the current pay structure. You've got the current pay grade minimum of $46,000. The recommended placement, again, going up to about $51,000 approximately. And so for this employee, for this classification, moving up again, 46 to 51, so getting a decent chunk of change there at the minimum of the grade to keep you competitive with the market. You do see this employee has 5 years with the city, 5 years in their current classification. And so they would be placed at that 5.5-year mark, which again results for this employee in an increase of about 14.5%. That being said, we did want to share again somebody to say, hey, this is the minimum that could occur, the minimum that could happen. You have an employee, again, currently has a higher salary, not close to the minimum, so $83,000 is the minimum, and so the minimum did increase to $88,000, but this employee is well above the minimum there, has just started their current classification, has a little bit of hybrid time, so they would receive that minimum 2% increase, this example employee here. And so again, we did show a few different options, one of them with that 21% increase almost, and one of them with that minimum of 2% increase. So moving from here then, we do have some policies that we wanted to mention and sort of put this recommendation out here just to keep it in front of you all. We are going to be sending much more detailed versions of these and having discussions about these policies with HR to make sure as they update the policies that you use to maintain in the future. That is something that we're going to work with them closely on these recommendations. But I do want to state this recommended plan is up to date as of summer 2022. And so again, we are making this recommendation with the projection that it would put you where you need to be, inclusive of the changes that we're expecting your peers to make, this upcoming season. That being said, especially if the market maintains it stays as hot as it is right now, you will need to make adjustments to these positions going into the future to make sure you account for market position as well as inflation, again, if that inflation remains. We do recommend that you adjust your pay ranges every single year based on cost of living, and the CPI is a very common and very easy way to adjust your pay ranges. So adjusting those pay ranges annually is what you're going to need to do so that you don't fall behind at the minimum and the maximum of the range. So that 17% differential at the minimum is because pay ranges have been moving slower or not at all as compared to the market, which is moving. So we do recommend that you adjust the pay ranges every single year based on that CPI change. Individual salaries should also be adjusted every single year. and we would recommend that they move at least 1 to 2% more than the cost of living adjustment in order to avoid compression. So that's including merit increases, cost of livings, or any other adjustments employees make. So what that means is if your pay plan moved by 3% in a given year, we would recommend you move employee salaries by 4 or 5% in order to A, adjust for cost of living, inflation, market movement, et cetera, and then B, that additional 1 to 2% more than you're moving your pay plan, that would account for an employee's performance. If we're using merit, it would account for an employee's additional year of experience, tenure gain, that additional service. So we are recommending, again, with this sort of being a mid-year, implement and get this into play, as you go to January of next year, an additional 2 to 4% should be considered in order to keep the plan current throughout the next year. So if you're going to, again, adjust every year in January, our plan would keep you current, we believe, from about now to, this time next year. And so a January adjustment would keep you current until January 2024. So advancing again, I believe we have a couple more slides to touch on before we go to turn over to the city. So our next steps for this project, finalizing the implementation plan, selecting the alternative, that's really the next step here. I understand we're in a study session today and not going to make any final votes or proclamations. But again, keeping this information in mind that we've shared with you, we do want to select that alternative from the city so that we can move forward and say, okay, now that we know what we're doing, how do we communicate that with department directors? How do we communicate that with employees? How do we communicate that with the public? How do we get that information out there? Evergreen Solutions will be here to address any concerns that you have. We do have a year of free maintenance included with this pay structure and plan. So any questions that come up throughout the year, if there is a case where somebody comes forward and says, hey, I know we filled out the job survey, earlier this year, and we said that this is what the job did, but the job has changed and we need to move it. It's a different job now than it was back then. We're here to help your HR and to help the city with any adjustments, any changes, or any concerns that come out of the study. We also have a written report that does have a lot more detail than, again, what I was able to cover today. We did ask many questions in the market about supplemental pays. So again, not just the base pay, but what happens, if you're required to work nights? What happens if you're called out of work? What happens? Those types of things. We do have recommendations forthcoming, that will be in a much more detailed format, obviously, than you can share in PowerPoint. We have an employee outreach summary that will be talked about in that final report. And so the outreach, we will talk to employees about what did we hear in the groups when we talked to you, when we met with you. We'll share the more detailed internal analysis about compression, about the changes, et cetera, that we saw, about the changes that were needed. We'll share the market analysis, the more detailed market analysis, again, that'll show you where do you relate, not just at the overall minimum, midpoint, maximum, but where do you rate overall, where do your positions compare versus the market there. And then we have the detailed gender and racial equity analysis that we also ran. So that's something as well that will be detailed in that final written report, again, so that you know the impact of these recommendations to say, we feel comfortable saying, again, there's no disparate impact from these recommendations, either via gender or race. And the recommendations, again, that chapter is basically going to be detailed, all of these things that we've talked about today, as well as some others. When the written report is submitted to you all, there is one additional step, which is that those class descriptions at the bottom. We do wait for those class descriptions again until everything is finalized, because any changes to position titles, any changes to placement, et cetera, that could affect the FLSA status of a position, depending on the final salary that's selected. It could affect the, titles could be changed, et cetera. And so the last thing that we'll do after we get this implemented is revise those class descriptions to address that point that employees shared. They'd like to see their class descriptions updated to reflect the work that they actually do nowadays. And so as we advance again, I believe, do we have one more slide, or is it turnover? Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time And I guess I'll turn it back over to the city. I'm obviously going to remain here if there are any questions or concerns. I will remain on to answer, but otherwise I will turn it over to the city and say thank you all so much for the chance to share.
Yeah, I think this is probably a good stopping point for questions that you might have of the consultant and what he just presented, and then we can progress into Ms. Fisher's presentation.
Commissioner Lombine, any questions?
The written report, when is that expected?
Hang on a second. I think you're muted. Just a second, Mark.
I apologize. I did mute myself. Thank you very much. So we've already started the written report. We've got that close to ready to go. We're basically just waiting to see which direction you're looking to head so we can summarize that in the recommendations chapter and go from there. As soon as we have some guidance on that, we can turn over that written report in about a week or so. We'll turn that over first to the city manager and HR just to make sure that they're comfortable with the way we presented things, that we don't have any mistakes when we speak about the city of Salina, and make sure that, they say, hey, yes, this is really how we do things here. But again, it'll be a week or two turnaround from any selections that are made here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go out of turn here just to follow up to Commissioner Lombine's question. Is there any preliminary inclination that the gender and racial equity analysis would necessitate additional compensations? And I could give, if, like we found the women were being paid 30% less across the board, would that then have to be an additional adjustment?
That's a great question. And again, from our preliminary findings, we do not see any significant errors or significant issues that would need to come out of this. We have started, with the sort of baseline adjustment or baseline analysis rather, to say, are people being paid across the board in an equitable manner? If there are any specific concerns that we need to address after this analysis is done, we will still, as I said, be available for a year to help you out with those questions. But we have not turned up anything yet in our high-level analysis that would show any systematic discrimination with pay, as it relates to pay within a pay grade or a classification or anything like that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Frankowitz.
Absolutely.
I am curious about, mentioned supplemental pays, shift differential is what your standard recommendation usually is for that.
So the standard recommendation, we typically do see shift differentials present in the market. However, they are compensated differently at different places across the country. And so we don't necessarily have a standard recommendation that everybody should pay the exact same rate across the country. Again, we work, in the Southeast, in Florida, in Georgia, et cetera. We've worked in the Midwest, we work on the West Coast, we work in the Northeast. And so you really see things done slightly differently. What we did is we went out to your peers, we asked them the question, how are you compensating? How are you handling your shift differentials? And then from there, we'll make a recommendation that is both market responsive as well as something that addresses the concerns of employees at the city. And so, again, I don't have the market information right in front of me right now, but we typically do find there is a shift differential. I believe that is what we found in this case. And so our recommendation would be something that would keep you competitive with all of your surrounding peers. And then again, would compensate at least in some way for that shift differential to make sure those employees working that second shift or third shift, are compensated for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hopper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll follow up on the shift differential. I guess our next report we receive will have a little more detail about that, correct?
Correct. So as I believe it was the city manager that said at the beginning today, is this was intended to give you that high-level overview, make sure you saw the direction we're looking to go in general. But yes, the next report, that written report that I've alluded to that we submit, that will have a detailed, it should be exactly this amount per hour or per pay period, et cetera, as we decide to go for each of the recommended changes. So any supplemental pays, any adjustments that we're making, you'd be able to go line by line and say, okay, this one is exactly this amount. That one is exactly, X, Y, Z.
under the current system findings, you stated that 37.91% of the employees are in the first quintile of their pay grade. Is that because we have a significant number of employees that are new to the city, or is that just the way it's been structured?
So we did find, again, a big portion of that is due to new employees in your pay structure. And so, again, stating that a new employee should be paid close to the minimum of the pay range, that's okay. But the reason we highlighted that there is to show if you have 38% of your employees being paid close to the minimum, those are employees who do have an incentive to leave your organization if they're going to get higher pay elsewhere. And so we wanted to highlight that it's a potential area that you need to make sure you're ready to address, and a potential area that could lead to turnover down the road if you don't make an adjustment. But yes, we did find that, again, that tended to be due to the newer hires.
Okay. Yeah, because about a couple pages later, I noticed that you stated that we have a tendency to catch up towards the maximum of our pay ranges. So, okay, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
That's correct. Yep.
So, Commissioners, if I may, the recommendation from Evergreen and the scenario that we carried forward for budget reporting is all kind of predicated on that hybrid parity model. And I think Mark did a good job of explaining that, but I want to pause at this point and kind of have a conversation with you. Number one, whether you have any questions about the hybrid parity model, or whether you have any feedback or concerns with that recommendation.
I did have one more question. On page 6, majority employees are paid more than their expected salary based on a 30-year progressive plan. The biggest complaint I have heard is it takes like 30 years to top out in your pay grade. Is that addressed in here?
So the thing that would address that would be those policies that we recommended at the end of the presentation, and it would be something that you would need to carry forward into your new system with a new policy. So if you are granting increases to employees of 1 to 2% each year, above and beyond any cost of living adjustment or any movement of the pay ranges, that will make sure employees do get through their pay ranges in a quicker rate than 30 years. So again, if you give even an average of 1.5% per year, again, would put employees through their pay ranges quicker than that, especially if you're using some sort of a merit system and employees are able to advance quicker with great performance. Again, as the market moves, you need to keep in mind the range movement that's going to take place. But that would be a policy adjustment that would be, that would need to be maintained every single year in order for you to advance those employees through that pay range a little bit quicker.
I also had one other question, and this probably is more towards city staff. When we, obviously employee turnovers is always expensive because you're retraining. Do we do exit interviews when employees leave so we kind of know why they're leaving, whether it's salary or hours or whatever?
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Fisher take that one.
Yes, we do. It's really more of a format of a survey. They do have the opportunity to meet with an HR staff person, but it is more in the form of a survey, and then we do track reasons that are provided for why they're leaving.
Okay, because yeah, sometimes salaries is obviously a reason to leave, but there can be other issues also that just want to make sure we didn't have any other underlying issues to deal with also. So, okay.
One other question. In the tenure or the hybrid parity model, does tenure tend to outweigh performance evaluations over time? In other words, are people, are the incomes increasing just because they've been here for a long period of time and no other reason?
So in the hybrid, especially in the tenure, but yes, in the hybrid model as well, these are based on time spent with the city. And so it would erase some of the performance gains that have been taking place right now. Now, that being said, it does not take anybody down. Nobody moves down versus where they would be or where they should be. But that's one of the trade-offs to look for is when you implement a new system like this, if you keep everybody in the exact same placement as they are right now, you do address, you keep the performance gains consistent across the organization, but you don't address any compression, and you can't make the statement that we've placed everybody where they should be as compared to the market right now. So that was the key with the hybrid parity, is we wanted to say not only did we put market competitive pay ranges, but we have employees placed in a competitive position within that pay range. And so if you have an employee right now who has not advanced very far into the pay range, if you move them into a new system and they're still right by the minimum, you still have that potential incentive for them to leave and go work somewhere else, if they're not seeing much of an increase to get away from that minimum of the range. But yes, there is a little bit of that included, where essentially you do erase some of the performance gains.
All right, thank you.
And I'm sure you recall, for quite some time now, we've had conversations about kind of our past track record as it relates to cost of living and merit raises, and just our financial challenges in general and our lack of revenue growth have caused us to historically either do one or the other, or neither, or not do as much as we might like. I don't know that we have that history in this presentation. I know we presented that in prior presentations, but to a prior question and to a prior point, at the time, that was a financial decision that was made, but it obviously has repercussions. When we don't implement a cost of living raise, that's when we fall behind the market. We try to adjust to that a little bit by having the ability to hire in, above the minimum, recognizing the pay range has fallen behind, but that's where we have started to get out of sync historically. Ideally, I think I've shared with you before, making personnel the number one priority and trying to address that as part of the budget conversation early is helpful, but we need the financial performance in terms of revenue gains to be able to afford that. Historically, we've seen 1 or 2% growth overall, if that, as we've seen expense increases well beyond that. We've had the luxury here for a little bit to experience some gains greater than that. With the housing market, economic development activity the way it is, I'm more optimistic than I've ever been about what future revenue gains to be able to fund the personnel plan. But it's kind of a cascade of things that have gotten us to this point.
Would this system slow down any increases that a really top performer would be eligible to get?
No, everything that's being described is that adjustment. Once we implement the pay plan, it's that adjustment that we would make to get all of our current employees placed in the pay plan. Going forward, we'll still have to make budget decisions about cost of living allocations and merit allocations. On the assumption that we continue to budget cost of living, continue to budget merit, then each employee will go through a merit review and get the appropriate merit raise based on their review.
Okay.
Well, the hybrid model seems to make sense to me because
Passengers are advised not to leave baggage unattended.
time served and tenure. When do we address some of the concerns that we've heard about job descriptions and flexible schedules and some of those? Does that come out in the?
It does. It follows right behind this. Frankly, getting this portion done, getting the cost estimates in anticipation of going into budget cycle was priority number one, but the rest of those recommendations I need to follow right behind that. And admittedly, some of those have cost with them as well, whether it be shift differential or some of the other things. But we knew, frankly, until the last week and a half or so, we didn't have this cost fully quantified to have a sense of where it fit into the budget. I'm a little relieved that it's within the realm of possibility given our budget projections, and then we'll have to follow right up with the rest of those items. And we can certainly double back to this conversation, but wanted to touch base with you before we moved on. But as I said, the rest of the presentation is staff prepared, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Fisher to kick that off.
I can just barely hear Ms. Fisher, so I am going to switch seats.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll lean forward a little. Is that better? So what I've provided is just a recap of the timeline. I'm not going to read this all to you because Mark with Evergreen, for the most part, covered this. This is more focused on city action, what staff has been doing. And I'll note the last 3 bullets here is really where we're at, what we've recently completed, what we are doing moving forward. We have met with all of the departments. I have one more to meet with, a very small department, just to make sure the recommendations for pay grades and anticipation of where we would slot these positions make sense. So disclosure, I have one department yet to meet with. The consultant provided you with the 6 different implementation models. Again, it's taking a look at the model of the new pay grades and how we place our current employees into those. And then staff will prepare the pay plan structure moving forward, an implementation plan, but what I'm presenting today is really anticipated cost impacts and some of the assumptions that we made in order to come up with some projected costs along with that. This is just an initial estimate. With these numbers, we use the flat percentage of 25% for benefits. What we wanted to make sure we were encompassing there is the cost of our retirement plans, both KPERS and KP&F, unemployment insurance, Social Security, Medicare expenses, our life insurance costs. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Oh, and any work comp considerations, but we felt like 25% with those things was it was a reasonable approach. The costs are projecting a September 1 implementation. And then we do provide for a vacancy adjustment. We anticipate that we will be hiring additional staff moving forward, and we can go over that assumption on how those play into the costs. And then also we'll be taking a look at, with the annualized impact of a new pay plan, what we would be looking at moving forward for 2023 in terms of cost of living. And there's a menu of options just to show the impact ranging from 2 to 6%. And in terms of merit increases, that element where we do want to continue to focus on performance, across the board, just for comparison, we are assuming a 3%. If you are looking at the math and trying to figure out why that may or may not make sense to you, when we budget for merit increases, on the average, we look at half of whatever that will be because the annual impact is staggered. Individuals get their merit increases on their anniversary dates, which happen all across the year. And just the distribution of that impact, we've been safe in the past looking at half of what the maximum merit increase would be. On the costs that you will be looking at, I will tell you, in current times, these numbers are fluctuating with every single pay period. But right now, the data that you're looking at would have been our staffing levels as of 5/8/22, 424 total employees. Just a reminder, all employees were authorized 492. That doesn't mean we budgeted at full staffing of 492 employees, and that includes full-time and part-time, the regular part-time and classified part-time, not seasonal. But that does assume 492 employees, and just, again, a sidebar, we don't budget for that because it's unrealistic to think we would have that many employees continually throughout the year. But just to show you that that is a substantial number of vacancies, and there is an approach that we use moving forward on a method to try to come up with a reasonable projection. The variable adjustments for employees with a 2% minimum. This goes back to something our consultant Mark covered. This is assuming a 2% adjustment for the pay plan. Meaning every employee that we currently have would get a 2% adjustment. So that is included. Those 6 different models that he covered, that's the look at the cost. Again, the recommendation is the hybrid parity model right in the middle. So we came up with the cost. Again, this is the difference between assuming the implementation model, how we would move our existing staff into those new pay grades, taking the new salaries, less what they're currently making, and annualizing it. That is what that additional cost represents. Then increasing that by 1.25% is the cost with the taxes and retirement. And then moving over, just looking at trying to isolate that for 2022, that's that annualized cost divided by 3 because a 9/1 implementation is a third of the year. Any questions or comments so far? Okay,
If
I'll
I
move on.
recap that just a little bit, the consultant provided us a cost estimate based on our current employment levels and recommended the variable adjustments in the hybrid parity model like he described, and that everyone receive at least a 2% minimum. So using that recommendation, then adding on the benefits, that takes the hybrid parity model from a cost of essentially $1.5 million to $1,850,000. And then if we implement 9/1, we're going to have to find $610,000 in the 2022 budget, not the one that you're preparing for 2023, but the current budget that we're in. That will represent an added cost of $610,000 that we'll have to fund.
And these numbers are based on the 424 employees.
Correct.
As we move forward in some of the other projections, what do we budget to? What number? You said we don't budget to the 492. What is the?
Yeah, I do not have that number in front of me, and it's not across the board because we do look at general fund versus non-general fund, and we look at history and all of those. I'm going to.
Yeah, we went in and department by department when we prepared the last budget and said, what are our vacancy levels, and then what do we think the future might hold? So it was kind of customized by department. With respect to this particular slide and 2022, we did assume that we'd stay at pretty much the same staffing level, that we wouldn't see a staffing level increase in immediate response to the pay plan. But the 2023 plan, we essentially said we're going to assume we have half as many vacancies as we currently have due to implementation of the pay plan. So that's not a number specific for you by
It's not a number,
department,
so,
but
and I kind of remember that now. You go in and we'd look at what we thought we would.
correct. The utilities would be different
Right.
than public works, which would be different than police.
I am comfortable to state that we budgeted at a rate higher than what we currently have in terms of staffing, just because of the low numbers that we're seeing. That's lower than they've been for several years.
That's why our budget looks better than it.
Yes, we've been conservative. I guess you could say that's fiscally conservative by assuming a higher staffing level, just so we don't get caught off guard. And, there was a time where it felt like we were gaining ground, and now we're kind of slipping again, so it certainly fluctuates.
Okay. To take a look at what this would mean for a full year, to take a look at 2023 without any adjustments like we're talking about merits or COLAs, just taking a look at that annualized approach, the numbers that we've prepared here, it takes a look at our current staffing and then a vacancies adjustment. What we did there was assume that half of the vacancies that we currently have would be filled. So again, the focus is on the hybrid parity. To annualize those funds, though, on the expense, we are just under $33.3 million with all funds. And I've already explained this somewhat, but the current number, 424, that is with 68 vacancies. That is an approximate 7% vacancy rate. If we would add our current number of employees along with half of those vacancies filled. When I look at the breakdown of where those vacancies are at, approximately 70% of our vacancies are funded by the general fund and the other 30% with the other funds.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the 50% improvement on vacancies would get us to a 7% vacancy rate, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So just to prepare us moving forward as we are in budget season and we will start having those budget discussions, in the event we move forward with on any of the 6 models listed for implementation, and assuming that on 9/1 we picked one of these models to implement no later than, and then move forward with a 2% cost of living adjustment and the 3% merit increases, this is what we would be looking at. The one thing I wanted to clarify too, the concerns about the performance and if there's any disparity or impact on the high performers, when we are dealing with a cost of living adjustment, it moves the entire pay plan. So it doesn't just provide 2% for the employees across the board. It takes whatever pay ranges we have, minimum to maximum, and if it's a 2% cost of living, then that entire pay plan, all of those grades within it, increase, the minimum increases by 2% and the maximum increases by 2%. So there's also minimum, or there's also impact there, but I don't know that I explained that earlier. Moving forward, you're provided the projections, same assumptions, same timelines. You're provided a 2%, a 2% increase, a 4% cost of living, and again, 3% merit increase, and then the same assumptions in the event a 6% cost of living with a 3% merit. So again, just to give you an idea on impact of the cost of living adjustments and the overall funding. Given that the hybrid parity was the recommended model, we thought it made sense to take a look. We've been focusing on the all funds and then general fund, but to give a comparison on what we would be looking at with those other funds. And then we transition into a comparison of projected budget increase and what we'd be looking at in terms of the funds needed, the breakdown, and then the sales tax budget to actual.
And so one of the elements here, as far as our budget is concerned, is, as Natalie mentioned, general fund is the largest fund by far, but I'm sure you recall that we have the other funds, Arts and Humanities, Central Garage, Golf Course, all receive interfund transfers from the general fund. They operate as independent funds, but they generally require an interfund transfer. And so as we see increases in those, it most likely will come home to roost in the general fund. Sanitation, solid waste, and utilities are standalone enterprise funds that support themselves on their fee revenue. And so, as you look at those, you can see the cost increases associated with those. And none of those get our attention as being completely out of line, but those will be, budgeted expense increases that we'll have to take up. Utilities has got some reserve balance. So you may recall that we've done a lot of financial planning to spend that reserve down on the water plant, the sewer plant, and water and groundwater remediation and infrastructure improvement. So there is a plan that carries that, a rate study that carries that out a number of years, and we kind of spend that balance down. But I think we do have capacity in utilities, and I'm not going to say that we don't in sanitation or solid waste, but those are probably the two that when we come back, we're going to have to really take a hard look. I'm not prepared to say a rate increase will be necessary. If at all possible, we'll try to just account for it in kind of our long-range planning in both of those funds, but those will be tight. And I guess what I'm saying in a roundabout way is when you look at general fund, you might assume that it's a combination of the first 4 lines, general fund and interfund transfers to those other funds. But obviously the bulk of that cost is the $3.2 million in the general fund. Those other transfers are pretty minor in comparison. And so then the rest of the information is a little bit of review of conversations that we've had previously with Debbie Pack, the finance director, when she provided some revenue estimates. You can see our history in terms of sales tax performance. And what we're showing you there is budget versus actual. Obviously that we're in the middle of 2022 and then having to project it forward. You may recall that our original revenue projection for 2023 was a 2% growth on 2021. Admittedly, that's very conservative. We've seen growth in 2022 that outruns 2021. So what we're trying to show you there in that graph is between, if you just took the 2022 projection, which is represented by the bold solid line, and carried that forward in 2023, that still carries out above that initial 2023 revenue projection that we talked about previously. So I think there's some capacity there. Obviously, we've had conversations about what's the economy hold, do we have a recession in our future, but we've had a decent run here of sales tax growth, and I guess what we're trying to point out here is our initial conversation about sales tax revenue is pretty conservative. Having said that, we're not necessarily dependent on capturing that entire gap to fund the pay plan. Part of the reason we gave you the 2022 numbers compared to the pay plan is to see what we budgeted previously and compare that to these projected costs. And doesn't leave us a lot of capacity for other added expenses in 2023, but feel like we can get the pay plan budgeted based on the direction that you give us about COLA. So moving to the next slide, kind of touches on what I mentioned. Our previous assumptions were sales tax growth 2% over 2021. Same way with the gas franchise. Looking at a reduction in video franchise. Essentially, the biggest driver of that is the 2% sales tax growth. And then providing some historical information for you from 2019 through the 2023 initial budget of those revenue sources. And so you can see that there's about $1,300,000 of projected growth between 2022 and 2023. So if you combine our past experience where we've been able to put some funds in reserve because of our performance and our budgeting for personnel with that projected growth, we're optimistic that we can get the pay plan funded. Moving to the next slide, it talks a little bit about other sources of funding. You may recall we've had these conversations as well. We've got fund balance in the general fund. Some of that has been set aside for other purposes, strategic planning, the efforts that we did previously. We did specifically carve out $1 million from the fund balance in 2021 for pay plan set aside, and you may recall I described that as kind of a glide path to the pay plan, not knowing what the numbers would be. Obviously, that's a one-time source of cash, where the pay plan is an ongoing annual expense that we'd be committing to. But between the fund balance and that set aside, we're hopeful that we are not so tight that if any of these projections are off, that our budget is significantly impacted and we can't respond. We would have some time to adapt by using some of that reserve balance, looking at what's contributing to either the expenditure increase, overrun, or the revenue shortfall, and be able to adapt to that in future years. Frankly, we just have not had that capacity in years past. That's fairly new for us to be in that position. And then in terms of the pay plan study timeline, I'll turn that back over to Natalie.
Yeah, so the first step that we were focused on is just getting guidance from the commission on if it made sense for us to pursue the hybrid parity model and anything else that you would like to see in terms of impact or area of focus. As we prepare for budget, we'll be looking at the COLA and merit targets and that decision process that will go along with that. As mentioned, both by the consultant in terms of some of the information that he had gathered from employees, we will be refining that information from the focus groups and other feedback and input to see are our policies current, are there things we could be doing that employees want, are there areas of benefit that need to be reviewed and our approach changed. Some of those may have a cost impact, some not. They would not be the bulk of what we were looking at, but we will be finishing that review and possibly coming back with recommendations to you as well. At some point, obviously, budget approval will happen, and then we will be looking some of these things concurrently based on where we're at in the guidance process is an implementation project timeline to get everything being recommended by the consultants, everything that we need to do from an implementation standpoint to bring the new structure to fruition. That will include some training that the consultants mentioned that they will be doing to get our system up to speed, and then all of those other loose ends tied up to get us situated moving forward, just to make sure we're up to date on all of our classifications, and in the event we need to reclassify or slate new jobs into the system, that we will have everything that we need to do to, both from an implementation and a maintenance process, to do that and move forward. So that is really all I have in terms of presenting, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or seek any direction that you may have.
Yeah, let's start from the left. Commissioner Hoppett.
Do we have a chart or anything that shows what sales tax would have to do, like over a 5 or 6 year period, to continue to fund salaries and continue to give the increases that we have been doing?
No, we don't. And it's not as easy as sales tax needing to keep up with COLAs, because sales tax is not the entirety of our budget.
Right,
and so,
but I mean, or overall, I use sales
Right.
tax because that still funds a less significant. That's what we look for as far as increases to
Right.
fund a lot of that. So.
That and we've also had conversations about how growth and assessed value works, and with the revenue neutral provisions, the state structure is such that it assumes that we're not going to see revenue gains from assessed value growth unless you take action to do that. It's not necessarily a mill rate increase, but those are probably the two biggest drivers by far of the general fund revenue, and we could try to project some of that going forward.
I'm just curious because, once you increase wages, and I'm not saying we don't need to do that, but once you do it, it's there, and you continue to build on that, and the problem is we don't build widgets, so we can't increase the price of widgets, so it always has to come down to property or sales tax or whatever. So just be kind of nice to know what kind of growth we really need to kind of stay
Understood.
in a position where we're not underwater.
We can make a run at that. Obviously, it'll vary some, but we can make a run at that.
Yeah, because, we talk a lot about inflation, and whether it's gas or food, a lot of times that comes down, but once you have, and I'll just use, this isn't really wage inflation, but once you have it, it's always there. It's not like food or gasoline that will come down at some point to some extent, so, okay.
Maybe more of a comment than it is a question. I'm assuming the hybrid parity plan takes into account retention, like especially the positions that require a lot of training and money, like first responders, law enforcement, firefighters. I guess where I'm going is maybe avoiding the pitfall of going the cheaper route, and if we lose people in those fields, the cost of retraining the new people. You know, if we're making a change, I guess I want to make sure we don't fall short in expectations or pay range. But
If Mark's still on the line, I'd like to ask him to respond. There we go.
Absolutely. So the hybrid parity option does take that into account. And the first way it does that is, again, by placing employees into placing jobs into market competitive pay ranges. And so as we shared with the example 1, 2, and 3 with those employees, you'll note that not every job moved by the same amount. That was because some jobs we found further below market, some jobs were doing better as compared to market. And so those jobs that we did flag as market risks could be retention, recruitment, issues like that. We did recommend larger adjustments for those positions. The positions that we felt, hey, you're in a pretty good place right now. They may have adjusted slightly, but they would not have seen the same level of change as, again, some of those positions that you referenced with the recruiting and retention concerns. The other thing is with the hybrid parity then, after you get the market competitive pay range, you would adjust employees within the range to place them where they should be between minimum and maximum. So if you had, and I believe you may have mentioned fire or police, that some of those public safety positions, again, if you have an employee who's been at the city for 5 years in one of those roles, they wouldn't be starting at the minimum. They would be placed above the minimum to account for that experience, so that if a new hire comes in next year, they're not making exactly the same amount as that employee who's been here for several years. Does that address the question? Does that make sense?
yes, it does. Thank you.
And now's probably, I was going to wait till the end, but now's probably as good a time as any to acknowledge that, I know some of you have already said, I was expecting more detail, and the detail, the work has been done, and the draft is being finalized, but we kind of collaboratively talked about this, and human nature being what it is, myself included, if we just rolled out each job classification and the pay ranges, I think everybody would dive right into selected pay ranges, and we wanted to make sure we had this conversation about the methodology, how we got to where we are, really need to have a conversation about that placement model, and if we can get some consensus around that, then we have enough direction that we can kind of take it to the next level of conversation. Didn't want to create any confusion, any false expectations. Frankly, didn't want to paint you as a governing body into a corner of, here's the plan, sign here. You deserve the opportunity to kind of see the price tag and what we're in for. In years past, the governing bodies had to make some tough decisions to not go forward with COLAs and merit, but we're trying to bring you a plan where we can recommend, show you how we can fund it.
We appreciate that consideration. Ultimately, we are the ones that have to pay the bill and decide how to pay the bill. So I think the form you're following to get these cornerstone portions decided and then dig down in the details makes sense. I had raised prior questions about the flexible schedules, the goal-oriented pathways, those things. I hope we can get there, but it looks like rather than chase the numbers, it makes sense to follow the numbers. It looks like we've got enough sales tax that we can implement, or at least get the pay plan implemented and then look into the first year. I guess I'm feeling like a 3% COLA and a 3% merit might be the prudent place to start and then adjust from there. But I have my concerns about whether sales taxes are going to continue to rise if we truly get into a hard recession. But now, while everybody's still buying at the same rate, it's paying off with higher sales taxes. So I hope that continues for the year.
And I jumped in the middle of the commissioner's conversation. I apologize.
Mr. Holcomb, in your wage survey of different communities, I'm assuming those were municipalities?
So they were primarily other municipalities. We did have a few counties in there as well, because again, they do have similar jobs, similar positions that you can recruit and compete against. I believe we also had the state of Kansas in there as well. And so Primarily, yes, there were other municipalities, but I think there were a few other local government type organizations in there as well that you'd compete against for employees.
Okay. I guess my concern here today is that I see job and wage competition getting really tough here in Salina. You know, I'm not worried about Manhattan, or it's Salina that we're competing with. And previously, I've seen manufacturers go out and survey and see what everyone else is paying so they can make sure they're competitive. And have we done that, Ms. Fisher? At all?
We have gathered some information that we can. With the job postings that are made public are the ones that we have access to. There's a lot of positions that some of the manufacturers don't want to tell you what they're paying. They really aren't compelled to provide you with real data. They're not like a municipality that someone submits an open records request and we have to provide everything. We, being the consultants, and I did have a discussion about how to go about getting some of that market data that would include the private openings. And Mark, I guess I'll have you kind of explain how you go about getting your information, the information that you are able to obtain there.
Absolutely. So we do have private sector information available to us. And the private sector information that we have, we subscribe to a number of different salary surveys where they collect private sector salary information from all across the country at the price, essentially, of not releasing the names of the organizations that they've surveyed. And so what that means is we could not tell you, how much a CDL driver at Jones Trucking or, et cetera, or at the local Walmart, et cetera. We couldn't give you those prices exactly, but what we can do is give you a very good idea of what the private sector market would pay in the city of Salina if you're looking to compete directly with that market, either for particular positions or in a more across-the-board manner. As Ms. Fisher shared, we have looked at those salaries a little bit. They were not, by and large, factored into the recommendations we've given. So it was primarily in competition with the public sector that we gave the results just a moment ago. If you would like us to look at that, we could do so. But again, it would come with an elevated price tag if you were going to factor into a significant degree, if you were going to factor in private sector influence on a majority of positions or a subset of positions.
I will also mention that, unfortunately, sometimes the only way I know what particular types of positions are being compensated at X company in town is if an employee leaves us and is going to work there and discloses to me, this is what I'm going to be paid there. I couldn't turn it down. That's not anything scientifically I can put in to say all of their positions will be compensated at X, because being in the private sector also, they have the flexibility to customize their compensation based on specific skills and a background of an individual that they are wanting to bring on board. But sometimes that is how I learn about what different companies are paying, is when the companies are paying more than we are and the employees tell me about it.
It just seems every major employer is just begging for employees. And I guess they're going to go to the highest bidder.
Well, that shows that our competition is not for employees in Saline County. It's for employees within 100 miles or 200 miles of here. You hate to steal from other folks, but, big cities steal from us, and
We better have a house for them
well,
at these gas prices.
true. And not just, for certain positions, people don't always leave for the exact same type job, but their skill set translates into a job in another field. I'm just thinking of police officers or folks in the military. They often go into administrative and logistics jobs because that's what their skill set is. So you're not just competing against other police departments, but, just the total quality of life, what would cause that person to want to leave Salina, and the job, and the salary, the stability. So I think sometimes it's more than just the dollar that gets people to leave. But the dollars don't hurt. So we will wait for round 2, I suppose.
Yeah, I think our next step will be as we bring you back budget drafts and preparation, we'll factor the hybrid parity model in to each one of those funds, the applicable fund transfers, and start fleshing this out to demonstrate how much it's going to cost and how it fits into the budget.
Now, is this the time to ask if these changes would be expected to have positive benefit on recruiting, in particular, obviously, police department?
Sure.
Or do we, because I think once we get to the police department budget, that horse is going to be way out of the gate at that point.
Yeah, with respect to the police department, with respect to the pay plan overall, as we've looked at the model, we've been very mindful.
And Public Works, too, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. We've been very mindful of what the market, where the market's at, where we are relative to the market, and where this pay plan puts us. And so I feel like it's making us competitive, placing us in a good position to be able to recruit. But having said that, we still are kind of in that position of we still need people that want to be in law enforcement. We still need people that choose working for our utilities department or our public works department over some private sector opportunity they might have. But I think we're making the appropriate adjustments to our current employees to treat them fairly. We're making our adjustment to the pay ranges to put us in a position to no longer be perceived as behind the market. And then we'll see how we can do in terms of actual recruitment.
Well, I think there are a lot of good poker players out there in the audience, because the guys dressed in black and blue, I'm trying to read your faces to see whether you're happy about what you're hearing or you're not. And boy, I can't read a single face here. So I guess we'll find out in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, as we roll out the pay plans and then ultimately fund the pay plan and sit down with the employees and talk about that hybrid parity adjustment given their personal circumstances, I think that's when each individual employee will have a sense of what it means for them.
All right. And were there any department losers in this?
No, everyone's got at least that 2% minimum. That's why we spent a lot of time focusing on internal equity, so that, as we look at the different positions across the organization, that they're placed relative to each other appropriately. And we looked at the pay ranges, the recommended adjustments in the pay ranges, and then also looking at what that means employee by employee in terms of applying the hybrid parity model. So, I don't want to cause everyone to think we tried to provide examples across the board everywhere from 2% to sizable 20% adjustments. It really just depends on the position, where you're at in the pay range, the factors that Mark from Evergreen walked us through. So it'll be an individual case-by-case circumstance before it's all done.
All right, well, I guess our 5 numbers are listed, so I guess we'll hear comments soon. Okay. Anything else?
I guess I will just add, too, I appreciate Mark joining us virtually. Within the consultant contract, there is another trip where their travel and expenses are included in that. The decision was made, since he was willing to join us virtually, to have him do so, because I thought his time and efforts here would be best served when we go to educate employees and roll that out. I can have him actively engaged with our employees for a longer period of time. So I guess just to share that is my plan on that additional trip to Salina.
All right.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Holcomb, thanks for hanging in there with us for the length of the meeting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me, and I look forward to coming back out in person whenever the time is right. Thank you.
So we've talked about a lot of numbers, but I don't know that we've really quantified it. But when you factor in all the calculations that we made, if you assume a 4% COLA, that's about a $3.3 million cost to implement that the pay plan, which is about a 10% increase in our personnel expense. So no small item. More than I initially projected when we met in strategic planning, but I think the recommendation's solid, and we're committed to finding a way to fund it.
Yeah. Sounds like some long study sessions and some late-night meetings, but at least the ground is set for us to know what to think about and how to achieve it. All right?
Correct.
We will break until 4 o'clock unless there's another reason to stay here. All right? Thank you. All right, welcome to the May 23rd, 2022 Salina City Commission meeting. Ask the city clerk if the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May I have roll call, please?
Mayor Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
All right, if you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will start with awards and proclamations, and I was reminded by audiovisual for the other commissioners to, when you are speaking, make sure the microphone is directly in front of your mouth. Okay.
Item 3.1, recognition of the day of June 4th, 2022 as Relay for Life Day in the city of Salina. Karen Wood, co-chair of the Relay for Life of Saline County Event Leadership Team, will read the proclamation.
Ms. Wood, hi.
Good afternoon. Whereas the Relay for Life movement continues to be the largest peer-to-peer fundraising event with 2.5 million participants globally uniting to save lives from cancer. And whereas Relay for Life of Saline County is an opportunity to celebrate people who have been touched by cancer, remember loved ones lost, and take action for life-saving change. And whereas funds raised at Relay for Life events help the ACS Fund conduct breakthrough research and give cancer patients and their families the resources they need, like free rides to chemo, free places to stay near hospitals, and a live 24/7 helpline for answers and support. And whereas during the month of June, we celebrate the nearly 17 million Americans who have bravely and successfully battled cancer to earn the designation survivor. To honor those survivors, June is designated as National Cancer Survivors Month, and Sunday, June 5th, 2022, is the 35th Annual National Cancer Survivors Day. Now, therefore, it is resolved that I, Trent W. Davis, MD, Mayor of Salina, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 4th, 2022 as Relay for Life Day in Salina, Kansas, and encourage citizens to let their passion inspire them to join the Relay for Life movement by attending the relay, starting or joining a fundraising team, making a donation, or volunteering with the Relay for Life event at Kansas Wesleyan University on Saturday, June 4th, 2022.
Thank you. Well, I don't know how many folks here have ever been to the Relay for Life here, but even if you don't have someone personally that you're connected to, it's a very awe-inspiring and educational activity. But I want you to tell them all about it, and particularly how funds they may want to donate get channeled to.
Okay.
Or do we have is it a local chapter here, or are we regional for Salina?
We have the Saline County Relay here, yes. And our Saline County Relay for Life Connect for a Cure event will be held on Saturday, June 4th from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. at Kansas Wesleyan University campus. Opening ceremony for the event will begin at 5 p.m. with guest speakers, followed by the Survivor Lap at 6 p.m. with the Caregiver Lap and all team laps immediately following. To honor the National Cancer Survivor Day and month, additional guest speakers will be speaking on their experiences with cancer at 7:30 p.m. Bidding for silent auction items will begin at 4 p.m., ending at 7:30 p.m., and items can be viewed on the Saline County Relay for Life Facebook page. The luminary ceremony will begin at 8:30 with the closing ceremony and fight back lap at 9:30 p.m. We welcome the community to join us in the fight against cancer.
It's well worth an evening. Just
Yes.
Yeah, don't want to jinx it. Is there a rain option?
We do have plans. We can be inside in the gymnasium there at Kansas Wesleyan if it rains.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't.
Right. And I want you to keep talking for another 15 seconds because I forgot
Okay.
to sign this proclamation.
Okay. And if anybody wants to donate, they can certainly go to the Saline County Relay for Life Facebook page and donate. They can come out to the walk. They can bid on the silent auction items. They can just make a donation. They can join a team. We would love to have people on the teams. It takes $100, raising $100 for you to get a T-shirt from the American Cancer Society. So you'll have a T-shirt from them if you raise $100. So it's a good event.
And the money does come back, you know. when
Locally,
folks
yes.
need,
Yes.
assistive devices at home, rides. I mean, these are very real services. that
Real
folks need.
services that they need, yes. Getting back and forth for treatments, and if they have to go to somewhere out of Saline County, then they help them with their hotel stays and stuff. So, yes,
All the things that insurance doesn't cover.
exactly.
If you come forward, I'll give you this signed proclamation.
Okay. Thank you. That's okay. Let me get this first. Thank you very much.
And now, 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the day of June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Salina. Corey Sherman North, co-leader of the Salina group of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, will read the proclamation.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hi there.
This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Salina, to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to declare that we as a country must do more to reduce gun violence. Whereas every day, more than 110 Americans are killed by gun violence, along with more than 200 who are shot and wounded. And on average, there are nearly 16,000 gun homicides every year. Whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Kansas has 434 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 15 deaths per 100,000 people. Kansas has the 21st highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S., and whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities, and whereas cities across the nation, including in Salina, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is mayor's highest responsibility, and whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizen goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas mayors and law enforcement officers know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever in the COVID-19 pandemic, continues to exacerbate gun violence after more than 2 years of increased gun sales, increased calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. Whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 3rd, 2022, to recognize the 25th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2nd of 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to 1, Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun violence, and 2, the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 3rd, the first Friday in June of 2022, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 3rd, 2022, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownerships to help keep our children safe. Now therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Trent Davis of the City of Salina declares the first Friday in June 3rd, 2022, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. We encourage all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Like, I guess all of us probably, I think I have something orange in my drawer. It's not a color I get to wear to work very often.
There is something else you could do on June 3rd here in town. Salina and Lindsborg group of Moms Demand Action is partnering with the Red Cross for a blood drive, because in these times of increased blood donation needs around the country, gunshot victims in particular require 10 times more blood generally than other trauma victims. So this Friday, June 3rd Friday, wear orange, and you can go to the Central Mall for the Red Cross blood drive from 12:30 to 6:30. However, there's one catch. This pandemic time, the Red Cross requires you to sign up ahead of time. So if you can go to the redcross.org website, search for Salina Blood Drive, sign up for a time during those hours. Or you can see us, we have QR codes here to also get you there via your phones.
Right. Could you tell us just very briefly about Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America?
Certainly. Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America is a bipartisan group, grassroots movement, really, started back after the Sandy Hook Elementary tragedy. It's a nationwide group of more than 8 million volunteers and supporters, and we're a bipartisan collection of volunteers, of parents, of gun owners, and survivors of gun violence. And we work on the local level to advocate for better policy, background checks and that sort of thing, and then also for safe storage. And through our schools, we are really making progress on that front.
Right. Thank you. Do you want to come forward and we'll give you the proclamation? We have a public hearing today, 4.1.
Item 4.1, public hearing, ordinance number 22-11113. 4.1A, conduct public hearing. 4.1B, approve ordinance number 22-11113 on first reading, vacating Logan Avenue and the north-south alley west of the relocated Dry Creek Channel.
Mayor Davis, I will be recusing myself from this item.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a petition that's been filed by Tom Pessinger on behalf of Pessinger Enterprises. and they own a piece of property that's on West Old Highway 40 that is partially to the west of the old Dry Creek Channel. And back in 1887, there was a plat of Northwest Salina known as the Chicago Edition, and that was done in 1887. And in the mid-1930s, there were numerous property acquisitions and condemnations that occurred in the northwest corner of this subdivision, all involving the construction of the U.S. Highway 81 bypass. And as part of that project, there was extensive straightening of the meandering Dry Creek Channel, which is all now on the west side of Broadway, but before that meandered on both sides of what is today Broadway Boulevard. And so when that occurred in the 1930s, the Oxbow Channel for Dry Creek that formed the west boundary of the Chicago Edition was cut off. And so it basically sliced through that oxbow along the lines of Broadway Boulevard. Well, that oxbow channel formed the boundary of the city limits, and then staff determined that in 1958 there was a year-end boundary resolution that was passed that relocated the city limits to the center of the Dry Creek Channel, which is represented by that red line there. But upon further research, there was no record that the City Commission had ever taken action to exclude that oxbow area, this area in here, from the city limits. And just the passage of a boundary resolution does not change the boundary of the city. And so this is before you today because of our belief that the property still lies within the city limits of the city. Mr. Pessinger is preparing to sell an existing building that's on the property. I think it shows up on the aerial photo. So you can see how the building relates to what we're discussing. So it's a 16,000 square foot pre-engineered metal building. It sits on a 5-acre tract. It's currently used for storage and has a restroom. It is served by a private well and a septic field. The well is not approved for public drinking supply, so it only provides non-potable water. A private well also does not provide any fire protection. So there was title work that was done in anticipation of this sale, and then there was also work and research involved by myself, City Surveyor John Harvey, and City Attorney Greg Bankston. All of us concluded that this portion of Logan Avenue that runs through there and actually underneath the building and a north-south alley had never been vacated, and title was still held by the City of Salina. So this formed a cloud on Mr. Pessinger's title, and so he's filed this petition to vacate that right-of-way. So a public hearing was advertised for today to hear input from affected utilities or from potentially affected property owners. In this particular case, Mr. Pessinger owns all the land surrounding the portion that would be vacated, so there's no other property owners that would be affected. Because the remoteness of the area, it used to be stock pens for a packing plant that was located in that location. It's never really had buildings or anything on it that required utilities, so there's no franchise or public utilities that would be affected. And so we've provided some findings on page 2 of a report, and if you agree that no private rights will be injured by the proposed right-of-way vacation and the public will suffer no loss or inconvenience if this right-of-way is vacated, you could approve the attached ordinance on that would vacate the street and the north-south alley. You could postpone consideration of this request if you believe additional information is needed from staff or the petitioner. You could deny the petition if you find that it's not in the public interest to vacate those right-of-ways. Staff would note that because of the pending real estate transaction and the upcoming Memorial Day holiday, The applicant is requesting that the ordinance vacating the right-of-way be approved on first and second reading the same day. That would allow the recording of the ordinance to occur sooner. We provided the authority for that in our report. Section 1-5.1 of the code does allow that in the case where there's a public interest that is compelling. So if you are supportive of that request and you want to approve on first and second reading today, you should first make a motion to approve ordinance number 22-11113 on first reading and vote on that. A motion should be made to find that a compelling public interest exists to allow first and second reading on the same day. And if that is approved, then a motion should be made to approve the ordinance on second reading, and that would result in a vote and a roll call. Staff does not see any public purpose served by retention of this right-of-way and would recommend that the Logan Avenue and the alley right-of-way west of the cutoff channel be vacated and revert back to the ownership of Mr. Pestinger. We did provide some background report on this information, which at one time was considered as a site for a police training facility. And as I look back to my notes, I actually determined that we had reached this conclusion in 2018, but at that time, Mr. Pestinger was going to plat the property and we were going to vacate the right-of-way through the plat, but that plat got withdrawn before it was acted on, so this issue kind of lingered out there till this sale came up. So with that, staff would be open to any questions.
All right, so we open the hearing, public hearing at this time on ordinance 22-11113. Any questions?
No questions.
Commission?
None for me.
And I have none. Any public comment, questions, concerns? Mr. Pestinger, did you wish to make any comments? All right, okay. Well, I don't mind short public hearings, but if there are no other comments, we'll close the public hearing and see if there's any action to be taken.
Mayor, I move we should approve ordinance number 22-11113 on first reading.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11113 on first reading, vacating Logan Avenue in the north-south alley west of the relocated Dry Creek Channel. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Mayor, I'd make the motion that we find that a compelling public interest exists to allow first and second reading of the ordinance on the same day due to the pending real estate sale and the other condition mentioned here in the brief.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to declare a compelling public interest to hear first and second reading on the same day. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0.
Mayor, I think we need a roll call on the second reading. We don't? Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to make sure we didn't miss something.
We need a roll call on your
Right.
next item.
Okay.
I was sitting and said, boy, I think I got it right. Okay, but okay. All right, so it has been declared that there's a compelling public interest. Is there any discussion, further discussion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 22-11113 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and approved to approve ordinance number 22-11113 on second reading. Yep, roll call, please.
Commissioner Lankowitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. And issue is settled. Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Hoppick to come back? Okay, we move to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of May 16th, 2022.
Well, there's only one item you could remove if you want to discuss it. Any discussion on the agenda?
Mayor, I move we approve the minutes from May 16th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and approved to approve, moved and seconded to approve the minutes of May 16, 2022. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And we can go on to administration 6.1.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 22-11112 on second reading, creating an amended PC 5 on a 44-acre tract of land located on the east side of South 9th Street, north of Waterwell Road.
So this is, I was looking for someone to come up and realize this was second reading. All right. So we've had no comments on this since it was approved on first reading on May 9th.
Correct.
And we have any substantive changes?
None that I'm aware of, no.
All right. Any comments, commissioners? Any public comment? All right. Any action to be taken by the
Mayor, I
commission?
move we approve ordinance number 22-11112 on second reading.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11112 on second reading. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. We will now move to 6.2.
Item 6.2, authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support for a Saline County ARPA grant funding application to fund conducting a survey of the impact of fines and fees on individual offenders within the 28th District Judicial Court, 28th District Judicial Court Community Corrections, and Salina Municipal Court, as well as to evaluate the cost of collecting fines and fees and impact on government personnel using the current collection processes.
Mr. Scree.
I wrote that title, and I think that amounts to my entire report right there. But it probably bears some further explanation. So I was recently approached by Kristen Gunn, in particular, on behalf of a grant writing group that's been looking at a grant opportunity that they'd like to apply for, as described in that description. You may be familiar, dating back to Ferguson and George Floyd and kind of the diversity, equity, and inclusion conversations that have been going on. But one topic of conversation has been nationally, as it states in this item, the impact of fines and fees on offenders and the appropriateness of fines, or whether what kind of impact they may have on people based on their income. And so the volunteer group has done some research and is interested in applying for a grant to get funds to work with K-State University and conduct a survey of individuals that have had involvement with those three agencies, the 28th District Judicial Court, the 28th District Court Community Corrections, and Municipal Court, all with the intent of gathering some information, and I'll certainly defer to them to speak to intent and details and at greater length, but to conduct a survey, gather the information, get a sense of the impacts of interactions with the judicial system on our local residents. And I think some of the conversation that I've read leading up to this is just possibly a graduated fine schedule, community service, alternate forms that have the same impact in terms of recidivism or the same impact in terms of discouraging violations, but may be tailored at the circumstances of the individual offender more so than just a straight fine schedule. A $100 fine for someone with a moderate or high income is not as impactful as it may be for someone of a low income. So the process is really make application for the grant, and they've approached us asking for a letter of endorsement, or for the mayor to participate in signing a letter of endorsement for the application. The grant process does allow for in-kind contributions, so we anticipate that the preparation of the survey as well as analysis of the results would likely involve city staff such as myself, the deputy city manager, the municipal judge, the municipal prosecutor, the court supervisor, and our continuous process improvement director. All subject matter experts are heavily involved in the process. That's an in-kind contribution that could be credited towards the match requirement for the grant. Don't really expect that to take a lot of time. I'm estimating maybe 8 hours total front-end participation and preparation of the survey, and then review of the survey on the back end. And at that point, then it'll come down to compiling the results. No guaranteed outcomes, no predetermined commitments to any action on the part of municipal court, but it'd be kind of an information gathering exercise that could be built on possibly. So as I indicated in the report, no direct financial cost to the city associated with this request other than the staff time and the value of that staff time being credited as in-kind for the application. And the action items that you have for your consideration are that you could authorize the mayor to sign the letter of support for the ARPA grant application to be submitted by the 28th District Judicial Court Community Corrections, requesting grant funding to conduct a survey of the impacts of fines and fees on individual offenders in the 28th District Judicial Court, and Community Corrections and Salina Municipal Court. You could approve that in some fashion with amendments as you see fit. You could postpone consideration. I would note that the application deadline is June 6th, so there is some time sensitivity to that. Or you could take no action, essentially deferring or declining to participate in terms of signing the letter of endorsement as requested. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have, but I would note that Kristen Gunn, Paula Freed, and Andy Grievous are all here in attendance and probably could answer the questions better than I can.
Well, knowing the three of them very well, you got three of the sharpest minds in Saline County right there. So and any one of the three could do well. But looks like you were selected.
Well, I took the first step, but those ladies are welcome to join me any day.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor Davis. As your city manager did so well, he described almost everything I was going to say, but I can tell you that there are 3 areas of focus in this grant: public safety, mental health, and criminal justice, all in our community. We believe that this project focuses on the criminal justice because those are the citizens that are impacted the most, but we also believe that the public safety and mental health are also a part of this. I know after 35 years with community corrections that impacted citizens in our community make decisions to either pay a fine and a fee to avoid arrest or a warrant instead of going to a mental health visit, or instead of paying for medication that's needed for their children. And so we believe that should we get something as a result of this study, and we don't know what it'll show, but we know that we would love to do a pilot project after we have the evaluation, the assessment prepared and ready to go. We're hoping that we can look at ways too, as your city manager stated, different ways of reduction of those fines and fees, community service hours, and increased cost of allowing them to do the community service at a double minimum wage cost, those kind of things, instead of what's going on currently. And it's happening all across the nation. This isn't new. We just had the opportunity after a group of strong women volunteers got with me and asked me to participate in this effort. And ARPA is a perfect project that would fund this project because it's a one-time funding. It's 2 years in the grant cycle, and then you kind of have to sustain yourself whatever we would do. A match is encouraged, and so we're looking for in-kind matches, and we have lots of volunteers and lots of services to apply to this opportunity. We are looking to partner with K-State. Dr. Melander, I've worked with her on a couple other projects in the diversity and inclusion areas, and we're looking her to be our researcher to help in building the evaluation and assessment piece, and then also training us also. We're all speaking the same language as we survey impacted citizens in these 3 areas. Our current partners would be community corrections, court services, and municipal court. We would meet with those impacted citizens involved in all those areas of supervision and ask them to fill out this survey. In allowing for their time in the survey, we would offer gift cards, $20 or so. We think that's real important that we let them know that we appreciate them taking the time and that this does mean something to our government. So that is what we would be doing. We're looking at around $60,000 total cost. That would be 30 in kind and 30. It could be, no, 60 total. We would have to match that 60. I want to apologize for that. I shouldn't have done that. So we know that in the criminal justice system, fines and fees can devastate lives of millions of people across the country. They're stuck in a cycle of poverty and punishment. And those fines and fees keep them in that cycle for many, many years. I spoke to a couple of our clients recently over at Community Corrections, and they list up to 8 years into different areas of our criminal justice system because they can't get the fines and fees paid. They have been picked up for a broken tail light and different things that have started it, and then certainly they've committed some crimes. And the fines and fees just continue and continue to add up in many areas, and so they stay in that. We're looking at having about 100 citizens participate in the survey. We'll do data analysis, and depending on the outcome, implementation of a pilot project that offers alternative pathways for meeting fines and fees obligation. And again, I've listed our 3 partners. We ask that the city consider to be a partner with Saline County in this effort, should we get this grant funding. And I'm happy to either talk further, because I'm good at talking, or go into any questions you might have, or offer the 2 other lovely ladies here to offer something too. We do have, I want to say, we do have a support letter signed by CKF Director, Executive Director, the Mental Health Center Executive Director, the District Court Administrator, and Michelle Callum in my office as second Executive Director below me. So we do have the support of all those agencies also.
Thank you. I'll
Yes.
start with questions at this end.
No question.
Question?
No questions. I'll be interested to see the data, and I especially am interested to see what kind of alternative pathways that you talk about. That interests me.
Great, good.
My first question, I did not catch your name.
Annie Grievous.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I read through this and I thought, yeah, I get it. And it seems like fines are not a deterrent to crime.
Right.
And is the end objective to maybe let people work off the fines?
That would certainly be an opportunity or a pathway we could go through, is to look at, when I say community service work, that is what the court has ordered in the years past, community service, where they go to nonprofit agencies within our community, and they work there to work off the fines and fees. We recently attended a boot camp in Arizona that talked about the cost, because right now in Kansas, you see the courts allowing $5 for every community service hour. To do that when you owe thousands of dollars, it would take you a lot of time, and most of these citizens work at least 2 jobs. So we're asking and looking at double or triple the minimum wage. And then paying that and allowing them to do the community service hours. So that is certainly one of the opportunities that could be discovered and started.
Okay, in last year's legislature, there was this big item about revoked driver's license,
Yes.
that was a real problem. Is that addressed in this?
Well, it certainly is part of the fines and fees, because in Kansas, they aren't allowed to get that license back after a certain amount of time if they still owe fines and fees.
Right.
And so
That's
one of
what-
the things we see frequently is that multiple citizens are picked up over and over on a suspended driver's license. They have 2 jobs, they have families, they need to get everybody to school, back and forth, and they drive on suspended license, and they get picked up, and they violate the law that way. But they're unable to get their license back until the fines and fees are paid.
Yeah.
There are some states that are looking at giving them a restricted license until all fines and fees, so it gets them back and forth to work and school. And that was some of the things legislature, I believe, discussed, because other states have already done that to make that more accessible for those citizens.
Thank you.
Right. I think we were talking about the National League of Cities earlier, and at a meeting that, no, I guess it's probably at least 4 or 5 years ago, City of San Francisco presented
Yes.
their experiment with basically wiping the board clean and giving alternative payment arrangements. And they actually ended up collecting more money and having people not be in jail. No one wants to call it a debtor's prison, but it's what it functions as. And the system worked out a whole lot better.
You were right, Mayor Davis. One of the things we heard about was the San Francisco study and the work that they did, and it was amazing to hear that, the opportunity to wipe the slate clean. But in these studies that we learned about in Arizona also showed us that cities and municipalities were paying more to their staff to collect fees. Law enforcement were spending more time arresting multiple people over and over again on fines and fees arrests, and our jail was bogged down with those people that are very low risk, but they're sitting in a high-risk jail because they owe fines and fees. And so we're spending more money, or at least the same amount that we might be collecting on this process. It makes no sense. And so that's where some of this interest comes from. I get excited about thinking that we might be able to come up with a better opportunity. And then also reporting this information to the legislature. This is would be an excellent study that a lot of research, analysis, those kind of things that legislatures would love to hear.
And we all know Saline County is the heart of great ideas in Kansas.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Right.
You're right.
Any questions, comments from the public? Not a single person. Okay. Thank you, Chad.
I'll step up. It's too quiet here today. Short public hearings and everything. Chad Farber here in Salina. I read through the packet about this. I think it's an interesting study, and like Commissioner Ryan said, I'd be interested to see the data that arrives from this. I would be interested to get some perspective from law enforcement in Saline County. As is already well known in our area, there's a morale issue with making arrests, making stops, and seeing those individuals on the street the next day, and recidivism and all of that goes along with it. I am not one who is in favor of different penalties for different incomes within our community. I think if there's a penalty for a crime, the penalty should be the same. And we've heard that growing up. You do the crime, you pay the fine, you pay the time. So again, I understand they're looking for a grant. I get that. But the background of it, I even looked through the questionnaire that they were asking, and one of those questions jumped out to me: how many of you, or would you admit to committing a crime in order to pay a fine for the crime that you had already committed previously? Some of the questions were a little backward on there, I think, but I, like some of the commissioners, would be interested in seeing some of this data. I don't know how beneficial it will be to our community, but interesting study.
Let's see.
Carol Reed, Salina, Kansas. I just have one comment to make, and observation. In the $60,000 to me is a lot of money for a study. It seems like we always want to dump all kinds of money into all these surveys and studies, and the words that she's using is when you talk about equity, inclusion, and diversity, that all goes along with the critical race theory. And then we also have incorporating the mental health center. And so there you have your social emotional learning. So just observation.
Hi, I'm Kristen Gunn, and I might just respond to a couple of those. Right now, for Salina Municipal Court, you're collecting $1.1 million a year in fines and fees. And that's a tiny part of the budget, but it's still $1 million. And so this is certainly a concern we have. But if you're dealing with a population that is simply unable to pay these fines, in order for them to have ownership and participate in rehabilitating themselves to reenter the community, which ought to be a great priority in our criminal justice system, it's important to give them some options. And what they have found, again anecdotally, and this is something our pilot program we hope could work out, that if they have a say in how they pay those fines and fees, if they can help work that out, there are examples such as, well, get a GED, and we would help you get that GED, which makes then employability a better issue. Many of them do not have access to cars through their family system, and so they need to attend all these meetings, court appearances using public transportation. Could we help with free bus passes? That's just an idea. Could they demonstrate that they can get a job and hold a job? Again, every time they have to appear in court, they have to leave that job. If they're going to do community service, it needs to be worth their time. It's got to pay them at least what they're getting on the job, and we need to be creative in finding solutions that perhaps they could do on weekends or evenings. Just some of the ideas. Something that I really like that was done in San Francisco, and this is larger than the scope we have, but anyone being ticketed for a taillight, for example, they weren't ticketed, they were given a voucher to get that taillight fixed. With providers in the city, they just negotiated a fee, and to me that's good government service. You're helping somebody out, solve a problem that is a safety problem, but is it worth losing your job over because you simply can't pay the fines? And something else we found, and I've heard people in Salina talking about this, is the time with the public defender. They admit, I know I was told this process, I know I was told everything, but the next thing I know, it's not $50, I owe $400 because it's just getting piled on and on. And it goes fast, and we all know that. And I'm not at all disparaging of the good public defender support they're getting. The caseload is huge, and these are individuals who I think would serve the city best by being able to rejoin their families and be in the community, earning and working. So that's a lot of what we're trying to work for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. I guess just my own personal take is that fortunately most of us in here can't put ourselves in those other shoes because we've never been there, which is a good thing. You know, so we're not preaching to the choir in this room here, but very few of us have ever sang in that choir. So it's a chance to do something for a group of folks who don't really have much other representation in this room or in Topeka. That's just my personal
Mayor
feeling on
Davis,
it.
I'm going to look at city staff. One of from the public commented about the $60,000 cost. I want to make sure that the public understands that it's a $0 cost to the city of Salina. Our cost is the time of staff being involved, and I had a concern about that, but I do believe that Mr. Scragg commented that it was a minimal amount of time that they anticipated, so that's...
Right, and there's a lot of partners who are going to be providing local match. The women's group that I was involved with has lots of people willing to give their time. That can be counted. We're looking at how much professional community advocate time is worth, but it's looking like it'd be $25 to $30 an hour. We anticipate that that group of individuals will be working very closely with those completing the survey, helping answer questions they may have, and that's going to take hours and hours. Annie misspoke. We're looking for 1,000 people to solve no, that's okay, yeah. But that's significant, but we genuinely want to know what is happening here, see how it's going. And I'll give you a little anecdote. We came back from the boot camp thinking, hey, you know, there's a real problem with people in jail not having access to telephone calls, or the charge for refreshments or soap or whatever are outrageous. So we thought, well, let's just start something small and look at that. Well, no, that's not a problem in Saline County. And Saline County and Salina does not use fines and fees as a way to raise revenue. Many communities do. They're out there ticketing everything, and that's not the approach being taken here. And I understand you are in the process of having a crisis, people trained for crisis intervention to assist police on calls. And that's exactly the kind of thing we're talking about. How did these people get in this situation, and how can we get them back into the community and productive?
So In response to your question, correct. The only involvement requested of the staff is staff time, which I believe will be minimal. The reference to 60,000 was the value of the grant. There's no financial contribution asked to the city.
And I just want to say it is a Saline County ARPA. So it's, as you understand, ARPA, it's from the pandemic, and it's a one-time, comes out, and that's what, this was a grant for the safer and healthier communities through Saline County. There's $250,000 in that opportunity with a max award of $100,000. And so I said 60,000, but it would be 60,000 plus 60,000 match, so that does add up there too.
Thank you. All right. Any action to be taken on this?
Mayor Davis, I move that we authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support for the ARPA grant application to be submitted by the 28th District Judicial Court Community Corrections, requesting grant funding to conduct a survey of the impacts of fines and fees of individual offenders in the 28th District Judicial Court, 28th District Judicial Court Community Corrections, and Salina Municipal Court.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to sign a letter of support for the ARPA grant as was just described. I hope the city clerk will excuse me from reading that whole thing again. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Development business, 7.1.
Item 7.1, consider the repeal of Resolution Number 98-5276, which established a policy for the installment time period allowed for the payment of special assessments.
Okay, it's not Ms. Driscoll. Okay.
I'm not Ms. Driscoll, but I'm subbing in on this particular item because I assisted with gathering some of this information. But in your packets, you should have a written request from several local developers, residential developers, and they're requesting an increase in the time period for repayment of specials from 15 to 20 years. And upon receipt of that request, the first thing that staff did was look through our existing policies and determine did that require any kind of policy change or change to our current special assessment policy that was most recently restated in 2018. And so we looked at the language in our current policy, which is 187556, and which you have attached to your packet, and that item reads, the term of bonds issued by the city to finance improvements may extend up to 20 years, but absent special circumstances should not exceed 15 years. So we didn't feel that any change was needed to that language to consider authorization for a 20-year repayment period. What we did do is go back and look historically back to all the various policies that had been adopted by the City Commission, and dating back to 1989 was the first comprehensive policy that the City Commission adopted for special assessment financing and public infrastructure. And that 89 policy did not have a formal policy on the length of assessments, but prior to that and from 1989 to 1998, all the benefit districts that were formed had a 10-year repayment time period. And then in 1998, that practice was amended in the form of Policy Resolution 98-5276, and that provided for either a 10 or 15-year installment period. But 15 years was the maximum under that policy. And so that change gave developers the option of requesting either a 10 or 15-year repayment schedule. Almost all the developers chose the 15-year period. There's 6 benefit districts that were amended after that policy change to go from 10 to 15 years, and 15 years has pretty much been the standard since that time. The reason for the request is that the residential developers are experiencing material shortages. There's large cost increases in the materials used to install public infrastructure. And what is occurring is that there's ever-increasing costs that are passed on to home buyers in the form of increased special assessments, which now regularly exceed $40,000 per lot. And so the developers believe that an extended payment period could reduce home buyers' annual payments. And so what we've provided you, your packet, the cover sheet had a misprint that referenced 7% interest, but using the relatively average interest rate of 4% on special assessment bonds, we provided 2 amortization tables for you that are attached to the report. One is for 15 years, one is for 20. And so what those tables show is that over the life of a 20-year assessment, the overall payments that a home buyer makes is slightly higher, and the interest, total interest paid on a 20-year repayment is higher, but that the annual payment that they make in this particular scenario is about $600 less on a 20-year repayment schedule than it is on a 15-year repayment schedule. So it does provide developers with an opportunity to reduce their holding costs while individual lots in a subdivision sell over a period of years, and it does allow homeowners to slightly lower their annual payments. So what we did find is that we didn't see any necessity to change the current policy. That policy gives the City Commission the discretion to recognize special circumstances, in this case, the material shortages and higher material costs. But we did find a need to repeal the 1998 ordinance, which appeared to still be in force and which appeared to give only a 10 and 15-year choice. So you should have at your places there Resolution 228053. And so one of your options would be, if you want to repeal the existing 15-year installment payment policy, you could approve a motion adopting that resolution. If you were to adopt that resolution, it would have the effect of repealing the existing 1998 resolution. You could approve a motion to adopt that resolution repealing the 98 resolution, and you could direct staff to make modifications to the current language in Resolution 187556. You could postpone consideration of this item to a future meeting date to allow the requesters or staff to provide you with additional information, or you could choose not to act to repeal the current ordinance, which limits installment payments to 15 years. Part of the reason for bringing this repeal action to you is we don't believe that the current policy needs to be amended, but it would be important to create a historical record that the 1998 policy revision has been repealed, and that would just create a historical record for people 5 or 10 years from now going back and knowing that that had been repealed and is no longer in force, and we don't have conflicting resolutions. We did do a little bit of research, just checking on the status of other cities, and I can report, it's not a comprehensive survey, but we did find that the City of Manhattan uses 20 years for their installment period. The City of Newton also offers installment payments over 20 years. Wichita uses 15 years, but they will grant 20 years under special circumstances. And in Wichita, there's 2 special circumstances. One is a subdivision that has uniquely or unusually high costs, like you might have some expensive off-site improvement or road improvement, and they will allow 20 years in that case. So they'll also allow 20 years if they have an infill inner city location that you have a neighborhood without sewer service or a neighborhood with unpaved streets, they will allow 20 years in those circumstances. We found that Derby was giving special assessments with 15-year repayments. Hayes grants up to 20 years with no special circumstances. Dodge City's at 15 years. And there's a number of cities that our bond council works with that simply have a policy of 10 or 15 or 20 years at the commission's discretion. And so that was the results of our comparative research. So I would stand for any questions you have about the policy resolution or the scenario that we gave. We just chose $35,000 as a payment scenario. We're finding that a lot of our specials per lot are now exceeding $40,000, but the comparison that we gave you just was on a $35,000 assessment, how that would change if it was 20 years instead of 15.
So, and if I may, Mr. Andrew did a good job of covering it, but I just want to reiterate, passing this resolution resolves a conflict between two existing resolutions. It doesn't in and of itself change the policy to 20 years. The policy that be left in effect would presume 15 years, and then on a case-by-case basis, the governing body could approve 20 years if you deem that special circumstances merit that. So I can see where, you know, this would lead you into a conversation about a 20-year term, but I just want to be clear that enacting this resolution in and of itself just resolves that current conflict between the two resolutions.
So we have one resolution that says payments can extend up to 20 years, and then we have another one that says it's in either 10 or 15. So the purpose is to get rid of the 1998 resolution, which only allows 10 or 15 as options.
Well, you certainly read my mind correctly because most of my questions were math-based. But in that we usually do the bond financing for 15 years. And I know some of those debts get rolled over into other ones when we refinance. How does a mismatch between our financing term and the term of the...
Yeah, we certainly have the capacity to issue special assessment bonds independently in a 20-year term or put them out to the market and recognizing the intent to do 20 years. So from a bond financing standpoint, it's not problematic. We'll just have to work with bond counsel to account for whatever the ultimate conclusion is.
All right. And is this more for the buyer's benefit or the developer's benefit? Because I'm just wondering how many, I could see the developer, if he's holding the property for a while, is paying this money up front. I don't know how many of those go the whole 10, 15 years before the lots are sold. But
Well, I'd have to let the developers who signed the letter speak for their perspective. What we did was we looked at it from both standpoints. There is a benefit to a developer who's holding lots, waiting for them to sell, to have slightly lower payments each year. There's also a benefit to homeowners by having, if you're a homeowner and your special assessments and with no unusual design features in a subdivision are now over $40,000 a year, that may price some people out of that subdivision by lowering the annual payments and stretching it over 20 years. That may make that more affordable for more people.
And I'll give the other commissioners a chance just a second, but just one burning question I've asked probably every other year for several years. Are payments on special assessments tax deductible, much like home interest, or are they not? I've never been able to get a clear answer to that question. Then when you talk about cost to buyers, that has
I have to
to
admit,
factor into it.
if you've asked it before, I don't remember researching it because I
Okay.
don't know the answer. But we could try to track that down.
I don't know if you can, but I had special assessments on my home for a street project, and I didn't attempt to deduct them. So
Okay,
to my knowledge, they're not deductible.
okay.
And this, this request is signed by pretty much all of the new development people in in our area here. And in any case that we have, there's still going to be a development agreement required with any project.
There's not any substantive changes to the policy or financial securities or any of those things. It is primarily a change in the repayment schedule.
And how would that affect our total debt when we calculate keeping those loans on the books?
Yeah, we're issuing the same amount of debt. I guess, yeah, it would be paid off a little bit more slowly, so it would take that additional 5 years for the debt to be fully off of our debt schedule. As you look at, the rest of our debt and the way it cycles, I don't know that it would be a significant contributor to any issue for us. And technically, if we were to issue special assessment debt separately, it doesn't count to our debt limit at all. But because we choose to roll it together, it currently does.
Yep. All right. Didn't mean to ignore this side of the podium.
I'm good. No other questions or comments?
All right. Open it up to the, I'm sorry.
I have one here.
Yeah.
This will be for any developments going forward. This isn't going to roll back to things that are ongoing right now.
And this should be moving forward because you will still, as Mr. Scragg indicated, you will still have to make a determination on a case-by-case basis for a particular subdivision project that what those special circumstances are for 20-year financing.
But existing subdivisions, debt's been issued, assessments have been levied, we have people making those payments already, so this would be for each project that you might authorize going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no retroactive provisions here.
I guess when we have that conversation, it'd be helpful if we could get just a short paragraph composite of other communities' special circumstances. I know
Well, the only
you mentioned
community
some.
I found that had similar was the city of Wichita, and as I indicated, they had two special circumstances. One, a subdivision that had unusually high costs or something that was a unique cost, and then the other one was for established neighborhoods where you might have a gravel street or you might have people on septics that they want to get on sewer. They were allowing 20-year repayments in those two circumstances. The other cities, like City of Manhattan or City of Newton, they allow 20 years without any special circumstances, the same with the City of Hayes.
Okay, thank you. Any citizens wish to make comments, ask questions?
John Blanchard, City of Salina. Actually, one of the things you had asked a question of, does it help the homeowner or the developer? And I would submit that it helps both the homeowner and the developer. It also helps the taxpayer, the residents. The reason why is, and I'll just say up front, I encourage you to change this not only to the 20-year plan, but you do it not on a special circumstance. You just do it like Manhattan does and just change it to 20 years. Because while I'm not in favor of special assessments as a financing tool, I do think if you are going to use them and it is available for 20 years, that you go ahead and do it. Main reason is that we are staring interest rates escalating in the face, and that's the reason why it makes it better for the homeowner, because it brings their monthly payment down. Of course, paying for something 20 years instead of 15 raises the overall cost, but a lot of folks are in the game in Salina of being able to afford the monthly cost and not the price of the home. Now, if the market turns, a lot of people are going to be upside down in their homes, and that's another story. Also helps the developer because we're doing a lot of development now on speculation. And we've got a lot of guys that are building out there, and I just think that the 20 years is a safer bet than 15 years. Because if they end up having to hold a lot of these properties for longer than they hope to, then it's nice that they're able to spread it out over 5 additional years, lower that annual payment once again. And the other reason, and the one thing that has changed since I last had the opportunity to discuss special assessment financing with you folks, is that it appears that the county appraiser or the assessor is now beginning to assess vacant properties or lots with infrastructure placed on them with special assessments and otherwise. They're starting to assess those as vacant instead of agricultural. And I know that was a big thing with the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce in their 2022 legislative agenda, that happened. So I don't know if that was the trigger for it, if the assessor is just doing that. But in essence, what that does is if they have a lot that hasn't sold, they're now paying property tax on it. Instead of $4 a year, they're paying considerably more than that. And so just if you look at the cost of how the holding cost, I think is justification enough. And then to just keep it fair and consistent and predictable, I would suggest that you change it across the board so future developers may expect the same instead of having to come and ask for it. Thank you.
And if that's something you want to pursue, you could pass this resolution and provide additional direction, and staff could bring that back.
Although a developer could always request it for shorter.
Correct.
The
As
20
a
is
current,
just the-
on the assumption that you repeal the 15-year language, the model going forward without additional action would just be on a case-by-case basis.
Right. All right, any action, anyone online? I forgot to ask that the last time. All right. Any action to be taken by the commission here?
Just wanted to remind the commission that if you do want to repeal that, you would repeal it by adopting Resolution 228053.
Yeah. Mayor Davis, I move that we approve resolution number 22-8053, repealing resolution 98-5276, which established a policy for the installment time period allowed for the payment of spatial assessments.
Second.
Right, been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 22-8053, which would repeal Resolution number 98-5276. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We can now move to 7.2 after I get over the shock of Mr. Blanchard coming up here and saying something in favor of special assessments. Okay. But do appreciate your comments. All right.
Item 7.2, approve resolution number 22-8044, establishing a special improvement district for water, sanitary sewer, street, and drainage improvements in Magnolia Hill Estates No. 2, Phase 2, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the City of Salina and Magnolia Hills, Inc.
Mayor Davis, I will be recusing myself for items 7.2 and 7.3.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This Magnolia Hills Estates No. 2, Phase 2, piggybacks on Phase 1, which had 29 lots in it. Jacob, if you wouldn't mind putting up the map eventually, that's always helps me to talk about the map. It seems like it's easier to show you where it's at. That subdivision, Phase 1 of this area, has already is nearly 50% built out, so it's been fairly fast. 14 of the lots are owned and certificates of occupancy, so the developer has felt like they've had good success with Phase 1. They're wanting to pursue Phase 2. 16 more lots basically just this, kind of the south edge of, or the south area between, adjacent to Magnolia Hills, the original Magnolia Hills, and between the newest Phase 1 and then the church is down here to the south. So it's not a lot of lots, but it's a few, and 16 more. The specials in this is where the question came up about 20 years and 15 years, and we tried to lay out basically what the costs would be for those, depending on the different, I guess, 20 years and 15 years. And really, at 4% for those lots, they're about $48,000. We used 4%. I don't know if that's a good number anymore, but it seems like that's what we came up with. It's about $600 a year difference. And then over the life of the loan, see if I have that number here. I thought I did. It's like $12,000 total interest over 15 years, and then $16,000 total interest over 20 years. So it's definitely a difference, but it's a $4,000 difference, and as it seems, the sentiment is the lower monthly payments, lower annual costs is better for the homeowner, and so that's why the developers have requested 20 years per your previous discussion. And then on both of these next two projects, this one, which is Magnolia Hills, and Stone Lake coming up, is 20 years has been their request. So I don't really have a lot else to say on this other than it's 16 more lots. Magnolia Hills, the developers are here if you want to have any questions on the type of housing, but it seems like housing is going well out there so far.
Any questions?
No questions.
No questions? All right, any questions? Were you saying? Oh, I'm sorry. Any questions, comments from the public? All right, move it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 22-8044 with a bond payment period of 20 years, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Magnolia Hills Incorporated.
Second?
Sorry to interrupt, if I may, our language didn't include this, but if it's a friendly amendment, my suggestion would be to add noting that special circumstances exist justifying a 20-year term due to material shortages and cost increases, just to get on record that you've identified that special circumstance.
We have special circumstances regarding this resolution with material costs and shortages.
Second agrees.
All right. Been moved and seconded to approve the amended resolution 22-8044. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. And we can move to 7.3.
Item 7.3, approve resolution number 22-8045, establishing a special improvement district for water, sanitary sewer, street, and drainage improvements in Stone Lake Phase 3C, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the City of Salina and Stone Lake Development, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, again. This subdivision, very good, thank you, Jacob. Started in 2010, of course, with the Allsup sand pit that was out there. Developed somewhat slowly for a while, but has really taken off since that time. And recently phases 2 and phase 3C were completed, and they have phase 3C has 22 of the 45 properties already under construction. So you see a lot of action going on out there. So they're almost halfway into constructing homes as well. So the developers in this situation have felt like it's time to go to the south. This is the area up here was phase 3A and 3B, which is kind of to the north. They just skipped 3B, so that's why I don't know if you're keeping track, but 3C is what we're headed to right now. This is 3C down here to the south, They do like the lake lots. Those are the, gives you a few more lake lots around the area here. Gives you the normal size, little smaller lots. Does give one large commercial lot at the corner, planned commercial, PC5, and then the planned commercial 2 lots there along Ohio, and then some higher density 2.5 lots in the south. So this one's a little more unique than just the normal subdivision of single-family residential homes. There are 37 total lots, and kind of have a unique situation with the specials. Of course, it's really just about the developer and kind of bond counsel being able to justify, but they're very different in their assessment amounts. So as you'll see maybe from the blue sheet or from the engineering report, kind of talked through the different percentages and this percentage per lot. So lot 1, block 7 is the large lot here, 12%. I think a couple $100,000 of assessments on that one, but it's a big commercial lot, the corner there of Schilling and Ohio. So the smaller lots in the middle have all of these are in the $35,000, $36,000 range. These are in the $60,000 range, quite a bit bigger, the big estate lots basically on the lake. The along Ohio, they're in the 40-some thousand dollars. Let me get to that real fast. There we go. 36, 40, yeah, there's about 47,000 in that area. And then I guess that's the same with these lots down in here as well. So the developers basically helped, kind of felt like that was the right percentage of specials for those based on the type of house they could put in there or property that was going to go in there. And so that was a developer request, the way that actually turned out on the percentages. And bond counsel said, yep, that seems to be a fair assessment process. So this is a fairly large development here, 37 lots, like I said, and pretty large area. Quite a bit of infrastructure will be going in here, quite a bit more total cost, 1.7 million, I believe. Yeah, 1.71, so just a bigger cost, but same request for 20 years, that the developers think that that's the right thing to do here. So I guess I'll answer questions.
Any question? Well, one thought did cross my mind. If our special circumstances are delaying materials, yet we're hearing the houses are going up like wildfire, it doesn't sound like material is in short supply. Which kind of rings true to Mr. Blanchard's idea that you just make it 20 across the board, or we're going to be coming up with special circumstances every week. But we can have that discussion later. But the very reason we're giving, the comments would suggest is not slowing construction down or delaying anything.
I think the market is in transition, and I'll defer to some of the developers that may be in the audience in terms of what they're actually experiencing in supply chain delays.
Costs are going up.
Right, and I think that's probably the bigger factor is the availability of labor and costs going up for materials are all, passing through in terms of the project cost and then the special assessment against each lot.
Okay. Right, any comments from the public?
Dalton, McDowell, Salina. Mayor Davis, costs are going extremely high. I'll use grass seed for an example. A year ago in March, it was $76 for a 50-pound bag. Now it's almost $160 if you can get it. So there is still some major supply chain issues. PVC pipings went up. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but yeah, there is supply chain issues.
Thank you.
Ben Winhole, Salina. With these lots that are going to be hugging Schilling, is there any talk or anything in the plans of paving Schilling on the east side of Ohio in the near future? Because of the fact that I don't think I'd want to buy a lot on a gravel, next to a gravel road with a brand-new home, knowing that every time there's big trucks traveling down at that, all that's going to be in my house. So is there anything going on with the...
Yeah, there's quite a complicated history with that. I'm going to impose on Mr. Andrew if he wants to speak to kind of the history leading up to Schilling Road.
Well, there was, in 1993, we had a major flooding event that washed out a good part of Schilling Road. So Schilling Road was completely rebuilt between 9th Street and Ohio Street and paved as it is today. And that was used with some assistance from FEMA, and the roadbed was raised substantially, so it also provides some flood protection. The city of Salina entered into an agreement with Saline County that is still in force, and the agreement was that the city would take over maintenance and ownership of Schilling Road from 9th to Ohio, which at the time, none of that property was in the city limits. So we agreed to take on the maintenance of a county road. In exchange, the county agreed to take over ownership and maintenance responsibility of Schilling Road east of Ohio in perpetuity. And so from city staff's perspective, while it's not desirable that that be a gravel road, that conversation really needs to be had with Saline County, because we agreed to take over the portion of a county road that was west of Ohio, and they agreed to take over everything east of Ohio. So it's a county road. It's not been annexed because the county agreed that they would take full responsibility for that road.
So, having said that, Mr. Windholz has a point on the gravel dust, and anticipate this is a conversation we'll need to have with the county going forward, and we may end up in a conversation about maintenance responsibility.
You may have answered a question I was going to ask, because the city is on both sides of that gravel road.
That's correct. There is.
But that agreement with the county would supersede?
That agreement with the county supersedes all the other agreements, and the other agreements we had where we agreed to take over maintenance of certain roads, because we had this previous agreement that's still in force between the city and county commissions, where they agreed to be fully responsible for Schilling Road east of Ohio.
So I'm repeating myself, but conversations are kicking off with the county about that agreement and the maintenance and what the future might look like.
Well, on the subject of the roads, I did have a call the other day about traffic accident out there, and with the increased development and activity in traffic, is there plans in place for traffic control at that intersection?
Not yet. Just, we've looked at it a couple of times as traffic, just kind of a traffic analysis to see what the volumes and queuing lengths and accident history, and it hasn't warranted a signal or anything for during any of those times.
The accident history is, but I observed the stop signs out there that it looks like they could be improved, maybe like what's over at Waterwell and 9th Street.
Bigger stop signs? The bigger ones?
Yeah, big with reflective deals on the post and all that.
Okay. Yeah, that's something we can look at again. It's, as development occurs and traffic increases, we have to continue to look at that intersection for possible improvements as needed. It was quite a ways away from a signal, but doesn't mean there's something else that we couldn't do, so we'll take a look at it.
All right.
Mayor, if I may, we're having a lot of trouble hearing Commissioner Longbine and Commissioner Ryan here in the room. If they could pull those mics a little closer, we would appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Any commission action to be taken on this issue?
Mayor, I move we
The
approve
number.
resolution number 22 8045 with a bond payment period of 20 years, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Stone Lake Development LLC, recognizing in the 20-year decision the labor and materials and the immediate need for housing are influences.
I'll second that.
Well stated, thank you. Been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 22-8045. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0, and if we could ask Commissioner Hoppick to come back.
Thank you.
Item 7.4, accept an expanded public draining easement dedication on a portion of Lot 1, Block 1 of the Hageman addition to the city of Salina.
Okay, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. In 2010, the school district purchased all of Joe Cronenberger's property in the area that's bounded by Cloud Street, Knight Street, and Hageman Avenue, and bordered by Broadway on the south. And their plan was to create a USD 305 operations campus, and their total campus, including the former school site there, is 18 acres, and they've been developing it in phases. And they first built an operations center and then an alternative school, and now they're completing a warehouse storage building project that faces Broadway. During staff's review of that project, the design engineer for USD 305 identified that the capacity of the detention pond needed to be expanded to accommodate Phase 3 drainage, and the terrain is extremely flat, and there's a fixed elevation for the drain pipe that drains to the east. And so their solution was, rather than deepening the pond to increase its capacity, they're expanding it horizontally and keeping it shallow. The result of that is that their pond has now outgrown the drainage easement that was on the plat, and so they're proposing to dedicate this additional easement to accommodate the enlarged detention pond. Our primary public purpose for requiring drainage easements for detention ponds is to ensure that they're not converted to other uses besides detention. So with this dedication, it would require a vacation action by the City Commission in order to convert that into another use. So there wouldn't be any fiscal impact on the city. The school district's responsible for all maintenance associated with the pond. And so your choices this evening would be to accept the offered drainage easement for the expanded pond, or you could decline to accept the drainage easement and provide staff and the school district with additional direction. But I'd be open to any questions that you have.
Any questions? To the left. Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns from the public? Bring this one back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we accept the offered drainage easement dedication for the expanded detention basin serving the USD 305 Hageman Operations Center.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to accept the offered drainage easement dedication for the expanded detention basin serving the USD 305 Hageman Operations Center. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Is that pronounced Hageman or
Hageman?
Hageman, thank you.
That's
Okay.
how I've always said it.
I realized it came out
The actual,
probably wrong, thank you.
no, the actual pronunciation is Hageman.
Hageman?
Hageman, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Good German.
It is. I've been corrected on it before.
Before, okay. 7.5,
Item 7.5, approve resolution number 22-8050, determining that the city is considering establishing an RHID within the city and set a public hearing date for the creation of an RHID.
Well, you certainly win the award for the heaviest item of the day.
Well, and since I'm the next two items, I just brought my whole pack of papers. Okay. So this is not the first time that you've seen this item. As a reminder, RHID is a three-step process. So you saw this item back in March, March 28th to be exact, where you adopted a resolution recognizing that within the community we have housing challenges. Those are specifically identified. We have to have these types of challenges that are identified in the state statute that creates RHIDs. And that resolution basically says, we have these problems and we have an area in which we would like to create an RHID. That recognition and that request then goes to Department of Commerce. Then Commerce reviews that and says, yes, we are in agreement with you, City of Salina, that that spot, those conditions meet eligibility for RHID. Once we have that, then we start to go through step 2, which is where we are at right now. Step 2 is we need to come and request a public hearing date be set. That public hearing date announces the date in which we'll have the public hearing, and then we provide notification to USD 305, which is the school district affected by this. We notify the Planning Commission here at the City of Salina, and we notify the county. In our adopted RHID policy, that's part of the housing incentives policy, we contacted both USD 305 and Saline County when the application was received and have kept them in the loop regarding number of units, product type, and kind of the other application details associated with this request. Unique to an RHID and slightly different than maybe an IRB is the school district or the county can actually veto this. So let's say we get to the public hearing that hopefully we're going to set today, and you approve the creation of the RHID and the taxing mechanism that goes with it. There's a 30-day period following that in which the school district or the county could come back and say, yeah, no, we're not on board. One of the reasons we involve them from the very beginning is trying not to catch anybody off guard, and if there are things that need to be worked out, we work those out in advance when things like the development agreement and the development plan are being drafted. At this time, we've taken all of their feedback in, and those things have been incorporated. So we are not aware at this time of any issues. That's a little bit on the process. As a reminder about this project in particular, it is 53.26 acres located on a parcel south of West Magnolia Road and west of I-135. This parcel was previously outside city limits. It has been annexed. And upon annexation, gone through the first steps of zoning, Planning Commission has approved that rezone, or I should say first-time zoning since it's now in the city. It had originally been agricultural. It is now, Planning Commission has approved R2 zoning, which allows for townhome development. First reading has been given to the City Commission on that rezone, but is waiting for final plat. Preliminary plat has been through Planning Commission, has also been approved, and we are anticipating their final plat submittal to Planning Commission probably by next submittal date for those items to go forward in front of Planning Commission. Once Planning Commission deals with final plat, that will be back in front of you for acceptance of right-of-ways and easements. Planning Commission, as a reminder, is the one who takes that final act on the plat itself, though. The conditions have already been set during preliminary platting. Some of those may be resolved between preliminary and final, but in particular, the issue that has gotten the most attention is access. This is a unique parcel, and there is a map up on the screen. Sorry, I have terrible allergies. What you'll find is the main access will go onto Centennial Road via some access provided through the airport. That agreement has been set, acknowledged, and as part of the plat. One of the challenges is for the full build-out of this development, which would include 169 lots, each with 2 units on it. The first phase, which we're talking about being constructed first, would actually be 75 lots. That will equate to 150 units. you have to have the two emergency entrance points far enough away from each other that they qualify under fire building code, that they qualify. So the first one is in this lower left corner. Thank you, Jacob, for using the cursor. Other options have been looked at that could go through the property immediately to the north, but those issues haven't been addressed. Primarily, you need one on that far right corner, and so those are being addressed. The Planning Commission set a condition at preliminary plat that they would allow a secondary access of an emergency temporary access road. Is actually off of Foxborough to the southern area. It's not far off from the original and primary access point. That would be temporary till that second phase is built. Before the second phase can even begin construction, though, that second access has to be determined and has to be ready to go. So there's no waiting on that. One of the issues that also came up during platting, Commission also asked about this in March when we had this RHID in front of you, was the levee that is immediately running on that south portion of the property. There was questions about, I guess, the value of that levee. So engineering staff reached out to a third-party consultant who helped with our last round of flood maps and identified that that is an old DOD levee, and it's actually not a certified levee. So when the latest flood maps were done, that was not used to calculate the maps. So essentially, it's not valuable. If the developer chooses to go forward and would want to put a secondary primary entrance there, it would not resolve the fire emergency access issue because, again, we have that distance issue, but it is a viable option. It has a separate process, though. There's additional notification and things like that that would involve Foxborough. But the value of that levee and putting a temporary access road on it, potentially a permanent road someday, those have been sorted out. And so we do know the value of that levee and how it plays into things. Right now in the platting process, that does have a designed temporary road. And as far as I know right now, that's the process they're going to proceed with. But that was something I wanted to update you on as you've asked about that last time. Back to the number of lots. So the first phase of construction will be 75 lots with 150 units. As I mentioned, there are townhomes, 2 units per lot. Overall maximum build out once you had the second phase would be 169 lots or 338 units. This request is for that first phase as far as the RHID goes. So the district will go over the whole area. That's what we're establishing, but the taxing component, what they're asking to use RHID tax increment for, is just for phase 1. So we can do both of those. The development agreement and development plan recognizes the whole subdivision. And then what they're asking to tax is phase 1. When they're done with phase 1, they can come back and they can ask for phase 2. The district exists, but they're just asking for that second taxing agreement. Does that make sense? Okay. So you'll see that the total project cost is about $37.5 million. And there are certain costs that are eligible under RHID. You have the land acquisition costs, building construction costs, infrastructure costs, then soft costs and brokerage costs. The estimated annual property taxes for this proposed project would be $960,868. The developer is hoping for a 6 to 12% return on investment. That includes the RHID incentive from the city and potential awardment of $400,000 from the state's moderate income housing grant. This is very similar to a request we got with the Ryan Edition or Southview Estates. The second piece to this is also a request for waiver of building permits for the 150 units, also similar to Ryan Edition or Southview Estates. As you may remember from that project, those 2 resolutions will come forward at the meeting where we hold the public hearing. One of the reasons we separate those things from the development agreement is because they're really separate actions. So depending on the action the City Commission takes on the RHID may depend on how you vote on these other items. Likewise, MIH is not completely up to us, it's up to the state. So we may support that, but they may not get it. So we don't put that into the accounting that's in our portion of the RHID so that can be addressed with. And then the building permit waiver fee, again, could be conditional So those two items will come before you at the public hearing as two separate items. As I mentioned, they've requested their RHID term be 25 years at 100% property tax abatement. What we'll see here in a couple pages, though, is they don't need all 25 years for the eligible cost to pay themselves off. As I mentioned, there are a lot of similarities between this project and the one that you saw at Ryan Edition or Southview Estates. I use both names because everybody seems to kind of know it as its old name, but it does have its new name, which is Southview. The unique feature in this is going to be Exhibit L, and I did highlight that in the staff report. Exhibit L is something that the developer wanted added to the development agreement that acknowledges that we have a fairly volatile market, that there are things happening that weren't happening 6 months ago, 9 months ago, 12 months ago, with interest rates rising, certain supply chains getting even tighter. And so what they were asking for is that there be real estate market data provided in the exhibit that essentially sets normal conditions, kind of a snapshot at this moment. And under the remedy section, which is 6.4, it has additional language that basically says if the market conditions change so much beyond what's set in Exhibit L and acknowledged in 6.4, that the developer can do a full stop and come back to the table with an alternative, or they may walk away from the project. This is different than our previous RHID development agreements because typically our two most common remedies are like a force majeure that says, here's this long litany of stuff, if these things happen, it's a viable and eligible way in which the project can dissolve. This is slightly different because most of our other remedy issues are based on timelines. Like if you don't produce these 30 units within the next, within 6 months, then there's a certain percentage, basically penalty for not getting those done in a timely manner. What the developer is saying at this point is the market's so volatile, we may not have time to do this kind of back and forth negotiation where we ask for a pause, you come back, and then we negotiate, but fees may be lining up. They're saying if it's this crazy, interest rates go up this much, market changes this much, we want the chance to make a full stop right then and there without asking permission. They could have the ability to come back to the table and negotiate, but they also have the ability to say, we're walking away. So that is something slightly different to this development agreement versus ones you've seen in the past. You will, of course, get more chances to go over this at the public hearing. The document in front of you, both the development plan, and when we say plan, that's actually the state statutes required document. In order to form an RHID, you have to have this development plan. Then there's the development agreement. That's really the contractual relationship between us and the developer. And so those two documents do work in tandem, but their goal right now is to be available for the public to preview, particularly the plan, leading up to the public hearing. So that kind of gets into, if you do pass this resolution and set the public hearing date, a few things will start in motion. One, we'll send those notices to those other taxing entities. We will publish this in the paper a couple of different times. There's a very specific time period in which those need to be published. And then also, all of these documents are bundled and available in the clerk's office. So if you came in during regular working hours and asked to see these documents, you could see them in their entirety and preview them prior to the meeting. And of course, anything available tonight in this packet is downloadable from Laserfish on the city's website. So all those pieces have been met. You are not taking a fiscal action this evening, but I have provided in the blue sheet a breakdown of the fiscal effect of the overall RHID. As I mentioned, they asked for 25 years, 100%. Their estimated eligible costs are a little over $3 million, and the RHID increment would be a little over $11 million. But based on calculation by bond counsel, they should be able to terminate the RHID in 9 to 10 years. So it wouldn't need that full 25. And a breakdown of that is available in the blue sheet. So with that, if the commission takes action, staff recommends option 1, which is to approve resolution 22-8050 and set a public hearing date for the creation of the Rural Housing Incentive District. but you may also approve Resolution 228050 with amendments and/or further direction to staff. 3, postpone consideration of the resolution to a specified date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments you would like to see. And finally, 4, deny Resolution 228050, resulting in no public hearing being scheduled for this item. With that, I am happy to take questions.
If a stop were affected, where would that happen? Is that a year out, and does it all go back on the tax rolls? Who pays for what's been constructed?
You want to take it or?
Go ahead, and I'll try to help.
So if I'm understanding the question right, Commissioner Ryan, let's say of the 150 units that they are scheduled to produce, they get 50 of them built. And then they use this new clause under remedies to say, market's 200% different than it was a few months ago, that's kicked in, and we've stopped. The way this is written right now, it allows for those 50 to be eligible for RHID, but not the others. Is that how?
Yeah, and I was thinking about a hypothetical.
But there wouldn't be any others if they stop.
Well, correct. If the interest rates rise so high, or if the market sags so much that they're not being absorbed into the market, the developer can elect the hard stop, essentially, at their own discretion. But in that scenario, they've installed the infrastructure at their expense, most likely for the full 150 units. And in Lauren's example, they've only built 50 of them. At that point, they don't have the obligation to build the remaining 100. They can continue to capture the increment on the 50 in hopes of paying for the infrastructure that was put in for the 150, but they're basically having to make a strategic financial decision that the market's just not supporting our product. We're going to stop right here. They are on the hook in terms of the cost of that infrastructure, and they're being reimbursed on a pay-as-you-go basis for tax increment that's generated by the houses that they got built. But in my estimation, for them to exercise that option, they're at risk for the infrastructure expense. The market's just gone so soft that they're choosing not to go forward.
And we would only reimburse up to the amount for the 50.
Correct. We would only capture the increment off of that 50, and that's all that they'd be eligible to receive going forward to try to put towards the infrastructure investment they made for 150.
So to speak to
Physical
that,
impact to the city would be minimal.
Right.
Risk.
The way this is set up is a pay-as-you-go format. So we're not issuing the debt. We're not dependent on the tax increment to pay the debt. We are agreeing with the developer, whatever increment is generated, subject to eligible expenses, you'll receive that to pay yourselves back over time, but they're the ones at risk.
so something else to kind of clarify. Remember how I mentioned too, we have the contractual relationship that actually creates that taxing component. And then there's the other piece of that creates the district. So worst case scenario, they do their 50 and they're like, you know what, it's not right for us. A couple years go by, maybe they've moved on to different projects, but somebody else would like to finish that out. The platting's already done, the zoning's already done, and the district's actually still there. If you had a different developer that wanted to come in when the market righted itself a bit and say, hey, we understand these 50 got charged like this, but we could do the remaining part of the district. Can we do an RHID for that? You actually wouldn't have to do step 1 again because the district's created, and we would actually go into step 2, and they could kind of pick up where that left off. So that's just another kind of example of how this could play out.
And not to complicate it further, but there are provisions in the agreement that if certain milestones aren't met, the current developer can provide notice that and ask for delays. And there's no obligation on our part to agree to those, but it creates an opportunity for a conversation to, if they demonstrate to the governing body's satisfaction that our target was 3 years, but now knowing what we know about the market, we'll be doing good to do it in 5 or 6. You could choose to enter into an amended agreement, but that's purely at your discretion at that time.
So I guess that was my question. So if they get into it a year, they get 50 built, and they decide they want to stop, they can stop for a period of time, then can they come back and start that up? How does that work if we still have that 3 years out there? How do we stop and then restart again and still try to meet benchmarks? Or at that point, do we as a commission or whoever have to go in and extend that time period?
I think it's worth acknowledging what is truly like a hard stop. I mean, a lot of times we have communication going with the developer that they can kind of see, transformers cannot be gotten. They send us written notice and they're like, we need more additional time. And then the development agreement gets renegotiated and we address that. That's best case scenario. And I think even in certain situations, if the market doesn't meet the extreme situation outlined in the development agreement, that's really your first and foremost action. But if you get that extreme market change, then they can come in and do that stop. And I think that's something we talked a lot about during the development agreement is you first start with the stop, and then they've got choices to make. Do they walk away, or do you come back and renegotiate? Because I think your point is saying, if you wait a year, then some of the things in the development agreement aren't valid, correct?
Right.
So if they pull that stop, then that's the question we need them to answer is, do you want to pick this back up? Well, yeah, we think we need a year. After a year, these would be identified. And that's probably a situation in which we'd bring a development agreement back in front of you, a revised one where that could pick back up. We wouldn't necessarily play back from the one that was already there.
And I think, I don't want to speak for the developer, but in the conversations we've had so far, there was already in the agreement, and there was a focus on their ability to notice this up, that they're missing milestones, and then request for an amendment in terms of the timeline. That's still there, but they acknowledged, that is discretionary on the part of the governing body, and if it gets bad enough, they wanted an out that was not subject to the governing body's discretion, but recognizing it's subject to the financial risks that I described. But if it gets bad enough, they may need to step out of the timeline and the number of commitment and just absorb what they've built to that point.
And to the developer's point about, how did this get brought into the development agreement? Their point was interest rates and inflation were not there the last time we did an RHID. And the incentivizing of an RHID is to make spec building for residential housing at a certain price point more desirable. And
we're pushing an aggressive timeline on them as part of this
do.
agreement as well.
Well, it's part of our policy. It's part of your policy, which is a 3-year timeline for getting these things built. And so from the developer's perspective, and they can speak more to this, but why they brought this to the table was saying, hey, we're doing spec building, we're doing it in this aggressive timeline, this product point, in these situations. Part of the incentive is we want some coverage. If this thing really escalates in that kind of extreme market scenario, we need an out. And it's an incentive to us to have this if that's what we're trying to do with this, which is different than it was with Ryan Addition.
From what I'm hearing, the developers are very nervous, which with good cause. You mentioned the 3-year timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all going to be similar to what is going on with the Southview addition?
Yes. So the policy adopted by the City Commission is anything that you incentivize has to be completed, construction completed in 3 years. The purpose of that was we have people showing up for these jobs, like stuff needs to be built.
150 units in 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the market cap on that is $225,000 out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw it in the packet here. I can't remember what it was.
Yes, it is 225, I think. There might be a second product that's 245? 49, 249.
Inflation.
Yeah. Well, it's just I know that they were going through a couple different layouts. There are townhomes, which is slightly different, but they are also larger than what's in Ryan Addition. Ryan Addition had 2-bed, 1-bath, or 2-bed, 2-bath, and they were smaller townhomes, and then there are individual homes. And the square footage of these is larger than what's in Ryan Addition.
Okay. Well, in seeing developments over the years here in Salina, I've seen stops frequently. And, yeah, it's nothing unusual, but it kind of complicates it with this whole package. And one of my concerns on the tax abatements is the impact on the school system.
We have talked to the school district numerous times, and they have said that they need kids. And
They need kids.
if Superintendent Excellent would like to come find me, but every time we've had this conversation, they need kids, and how you get kids is you build houses. And if this is what it takes to get us houses, then this is what they're on board with.
And, you know, it's eventually, it will come back on the tax rolls. So we're kind of delayed gratification in terms of tax revenue to prime the pump.
And the levy, the DOD levy, that's Department of Defense? The base built that, huh?
Yeah, it's just some of those remnants of when the base was there and part of operation and
When I
steering
drove-
those things.
I drove
but
out there and looked at it. I thought that would be not a big deal to go ahead and put a road through there to have, you know, two ways of getting in and out just for convenience.
Well, we've confirmed that that could be done, but the developer would have to make that choice. It wouldn't meet their minimum requirements for secondary emergency access. And because that's going on to another public road, there's a whole new set of noticing to those neighbors on that road that road basically layout would change.
Go from a dead end to a busy street.
Correct. So that is not necessarily something that has to be done during the plating process. But if that's something that they see advantageous, they could. It's just an additional process.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Any comments, questions from the public? No one online, it doesn't look like. All right, any action to be taken by the city?
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 228050 and set a public hearing date for the creation of a rural housing incentive district. And would that be June 27th? Is that what's suggested in the packets?
What I see
Yes.
on page 3,
Yes, it is.
June 27th, 2022.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoppick.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 22-8050, determining if the city is considering establishing an RHID within the city and set a public hearing date for the creation of an RHID on June 27, 2022. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And looks like you stay right there.
Item 7.6, approve ordinance number 22-11114, adopting and creating a downtown arts and entertainment district.
As if housing hasn't been keeping Ms. Driscoll busy enough. She's also been working on downtown entertainment, so.
This is a little bit of pre-COVID work that we were doing, and it has been a struggle to try and get it to the top of the pile again. But we have a dedicated group of stakeholders who have been working on this. Just as a little bit of a reminder about the background, I know we have a couple new members to the commissioners, to the commission, but some of you may have seen this on other boards and commissions you were part of. On December 3rd of 2018, the City Commission held a study session in which staff brought forward the idea of a downtown arts and entertainment district. This is on the heels of improvements to the streetscape, and this project was meant to create really code infrastructure that would go along with the new hard infrastructure that we had built down there. So here's all these beautiful public spaces. They're supposed to be active and engaging, but we didn't have the code infrastructure to make that possible. As I told Brad Anderson, one of my co-conspirators in all of this, I was really tired of saying no all the time. Can we do this down there? No, we have nothing in code that says you can do that. So we got together and started working down this very long road, one that is very worthwhile, but it has had several challenges. The group that got involved with this was over 35 stakeholders representing 20 organizations, both internally, externally, and throughout the community. I think that's one of the things that's been so challenging, but also rewarding about this project is it touches a lot of different entities. In downtown alone, we have retailers, we have a university, we have office buildings, we have unique entertainment venues such as the Stiefel, we have nonprofits and clubs, we have restaurants, we have bars, and a little bit of everything in between. Museum, art experiences. Meanwhile, we added the garage, we've got the bowling alley, we've got all these different things happening. And part of the first step in all of this was really getting everybody to get their wants, needs, and issues out on the table. And so, with your permission, we called the first group of stakeholders together, worked very hard with SDI to kind of get that first list, and then it became anyone who else wants to come along. We did advertise all of the stakeholder meetings in the paper, which is beyond our regular necessity. We wanted to make sure people knew how to find it. We also had a project website where we added notes from our meetings, documents that were created before or after the meeting, so anybody who wanted to get involved in this could follow along. We tried to be as inclusive as possible. Primarily the way we handled things was once we got this mega list together, we kind of broke all those issues into categories and decided over the course of 9 meetings, we would take these main categories and try and work through them. Once we would get through a category, staff would draft code to address the things that were discussed from that category. And then at the next meeting, we would look at that draft plus start a new category. One of the biggest challenges was starting to whittle everything down. We also understood that once we got this done, it couldn't just be done. We were going to need to get a lot of people on board. In addition to all the people in that stakeholder group, we were going to need to stay involved with SDI, communicate these things to their membership. We were going to need to see all the different boards and commissions. So we visited pretty much every commission or board under the city's umbrella that could have anything to do with downtown prior to bringing this to you, because we had actually intended to bring this ordinance along with several other pieces of legislation in front of you in February and March of 2022. And the meeting in which you would have seen the first version of this is the first meeting we went into lockdown during COVID. And then kind of the world changed. And we went into working remotely, working on different schedules, and somehow as we came out of the pandemic, in addition to our own staffing challenges, the world had changed and housing became a huge focus for us. If I haven't said it lately, we're about triple on our permit numbers than we were before the pandemic. So we are exceptionally busy. And trying to pick this project back up has been a real challenge. And I owe a lot of it to just everybody staying focused that's been involved with this. So from a staff report perspective, to not have to go into each one of these items that's in the new ordinance, I'm going to kind of hit some higher level things. First of all, in those discussions where we broke things down into categories, one of the things that everybody agreed is we had to deal with special events. Almost every department in the city, when a special event permit comes in, is affected. And each event is unique, so it's really hard to kind of carbon copy them. Even events like Riverfest that comes in every year, it just takes one change to Brad's festival plan or a road closure or anything like that, and it's a different event. It's something different that takes a different level of review. So there's really no copy, rinse, repeat, and replace. They're unique, so they take a lot of time. There's also no codification of special events. We have a permit. You should really fill it out, and then we use it to kind of collect all these other permits into one spot. And so it's ideally easier for the applicant and often easier for us, but things that aren't addressed in it are fees. Not that we can do a full financial recoup, but a lot of times we'll put a ton of time and energy into an event permit, and then that person kind of decides, or that entity decides, oh, well, we'll try again later. That sounds like a lot of work. Well, it is, and we already put a lot of work into getting you this far. We also have some people who don't clean up after their events or don't properly plan, and PD has to go out there. Well, those officers cost an hourly rate, as we just talked about in study session, you know? There are employee rates that go with all of those things. Not to mention just general code of conduct, some details, and things that would make us easier for us to communicate and coordinate between all these departments. So, special events on the table. And the reason I'm giving you kind of an extra detailed level of that is because that's also going to come in front of you in a couple of weeks. I think Mike said when I first told him we were going to do this, he's like, you know, this is in the too hard pile, right? Like,
Has been for 20 years.
yeah, between special events, a lot of these downtown uses, and then the other thing that we're going to bring, so it's like the summer of downtown stuff, is also our alcohol code. But I guess the easiest way to explain this is the old joke about how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So this is bite one. We're going to create the district, and then bite two is we'll deal with special events, and then bite three is alcohol code. I think the other thing we've all recognized, and I'm probably getting ahead of my spot in my staff report, is that this will never be perfect out of the chute because we're trying to regulate stuff we don't even know how it works in the environment. You know, the push carts for vending, and we think we know how the food truck thing's going to work out. We've looked at a lot of other examples, but some of this is just trial and error about downtown, about how all this stuff works together. I mean, that's what makes downtown exciting, is it's got a synergy and you can have all these dynamic uses, but certain things that we think might not play well together or will play well together may not. So the stakeholder group is committed to actually meeting regularly after adoption for the next year. And then we've set up a generic email address to share with the stakeholder group that as stuff seems broken or needs tweaking, that they can just email that so our staff can kind of collect that. And I anticipate, and that's why I'm telling you this, that over the next 12 to 18 months, we'll probably have a couple tweaks as we go along, realizing, you know, that didn't go like I thought it would. And the stakeholder group is prepared for that as well. I mean, I think this has had a lot of good theory behind it, a lot of good discussion, and a lot of good thought and heart behind it. But some of it's just going to have to be a little bit of trial and error. Primarily what we wanted to do with the district itself, it's going to be in Chapter 6, so it's not connected to zoning. It's actually an existing chapter. It's entertainment. It's actually, I think the title of the chapter is like entertainment and something. This district will henceforth be called Downtown Arts, Commerce, and Entertainment. Retailers downtown asked commerce be added to it, which plays really nice. We'll call it the ACE district, which is a lot easier than saying Arts, Commerce, and Entertainment district all the time. It's built to expand as we grow and uses change and being dynamic. That's a word people used a lot when we talked about the uses downtown. You wanted them to be dynamic. So if we haven't thought about it now, the code is meant to be adaptive as those new uses come down the road. In fact, one of these kind of happened mid-drafting. The garage has a multi-pedal bike that they want to bring into the environment. Well, it's not technically a pedicab, we don't think at the moment. It's not a horse and carriage, but it's a different type of transportation. So it's already an example of something we hadn't thought of that may be downtown. How do we address that? And so how does that work into the code? So each one of these sections is meant to kind of expand as new cool things come along. It's also meant to be pretty user-friendly. I talked in the blue sheet quite a bit about code architecture, and that's really thinking about the logic of, one, not only how can it be dynamic as new stuff comes along so we don't have to rewrite everything every time, but also how is it easy to use both for someone who wants to do that use in our community, people who have to administer those things, and then people who have to enforce that stuff. And so the upfront area of the code talks about the district boundaries, and then also talks about how you get your permit. All of the permits are fairly general. It's the same information, and then it gets specific based on that use. Again, it makes it easier to apply for. The permits are all meant to be apply once a year type permits. So if you want to be a food truck downtown, you're not coming all the time to get a permit every time you want to do that activity. Permit once for the year, you're good for the year, and then you just renew for the next year. Very similar to how our business licenses work, or not business, our contracting licenses work, and some of our other annual permits. From a staffing perspective, It's easier for us to administer because once you're done for the year. It's also easier for the applicant because then they know they're good to go. We're going to be doing those permits completely online. Those will be in Llama, which is our permit portal, which is both mobile-friendly and web-based. So somebody can do that. If they're coming from Kansas City in a food truck on their way to Denver, apparently we're on a food truck circuit. Didn't know that until we did this. If they want to stop, they can actually get their permit approved maybe on their way to Denver, and on their way back, they'd be ready to go. So that's probably a good segue into food trucks. That's probably the most complicated piece within here. And it's the one that kind of got everybody talking. Food trucks are a little different because the brick and mortar businesses basically said, these are exciting, we want them. Could you have them not park in front of our restaurants? Because we're paying SDI fees, we're paying taxes, we're doing all these things. And if you just pop in right there, you don't have the same stake in the game and you're getting all the benefit. Fair. Everybody thought that was fair. So we worked through that and have identified parking spots. They're primarily at the back of the plazas. There's also one over by the museum and their lot over there. There's one over kind of by the Ad Astra parking lot. And we're working through maps right now. We've been having these discussions, but they're meant to kind of work through Santa Fe and provide ideal locations for people to come. The food trucks can reserve them. We're going to use Civic Rec, which is what Parks and Rec already uses for pavilion rentals and things like that. So basically, if you want to reserve a spot, they're in these it's like 4-hour block or something like that, and you reserve them. You don't have to pay for them. It's a reservation thing. We can't make money off those spots anyways, but it does create some rhyme and reason to those. So if you want to prepare and know that you've got a spot, if they're just open at that time, you can park and then make that reservation. But those trucks then kind of drive traffic to our plazas, which is part of the plaza's use, right? We've got tables and chairs in a lot of them. They're meant to be these gathering places, so the food trucks would help to drive that there. Plus, they're not parked in front of the restaurants. They're not in the street or blocking sidewalks. So it's kind of an ideal location for them. That's really between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., kind of those prime restaurant hours, with most of our restaurants and bars acknowledging by 10 they were done serving food, or if they were still serving food, their dinner rushes were over. So then after that, the food trucks can pretty much park anywhere downtown as long as it's legal and they follow some basic parameters to not block things like fire hydrants and stuff like that. And that kind of helps with our bar crowd where people may want food, but it's just not available downtown. Again, kind of being more of a driving factor for that area. So that's really the big piece with the food trucks. Touching on the horse and carriage and pedicabs, we don't have pedicabs right now. We're hoping to encourage them. We're kind of having some discussions. We had these pegged out for a long time, but some of the quadricycle discussions with the garage has got us trying to figure out, and Christina Trocheck is also helping us, city prosecutor, figure this out, if actually Kansas will legalize pedicabs. Because the example of where everybody's finding them is kind of in that Kansas City metro area, and it might be more of a Missouri thing, and trying to figure out how they participate on the street. I have code in here, so if the answer is yes, when Christina says yes, it can stay. Otherwise, we may need to pull that. But the horse and carriage is a long-held issue downtown, and primarily wanted to recognize where it could park, how it could operate, and then animal health and safety welfare. So we did work with Salina Animal Shelter to discuss kind of what is appropriate animal standards. Also looked at other standards from other entities like the horses and carriage that are on the plaza in Kansas City and some other communities. Fairs had some regulations we looked at if horses were at events. So that is what's primarily coordinated in there. Also asking people to post, their licenses and permits and things like that. So when people get on, they know those things have been dealt with. Street vending or sidewalk performers, I think the big takeaway from street vending is, like, if you've ever been to places and sometimes somebody will put like a blanket out on the sidewalk and like have some jewelry or whatever, or if you've been in New York City and they got the purses all lined up, the stakeholder group was like, nope, like that was not what they wanted. They also didn't want necessarily tables out there, if you are an independent street vendor, not outside of your shop, then you needed to have some kind of cart. And so what's in here for street vending is the parameters on, size of cart, it has to be functioning and safe, and, where can the cart park, things like that. So if you're going to vend, you have to have that area. Street performers really kind of come into two categories. If you're truly doing kind of donation-based entertainment, often referred to like busking, like I got my guitar case, and I'm just gonna find a street corner, I'm gonna strum, and if you wanna throw a couple bucks in, great. That does not require a permit. But if you want to set up, a caricature drawing stand or something like that, or make balloon animals, or sell your CDs, there is a vending piece to that street performer part, and that does require a permit. So those distinctions were acknowledged in here. Street vending, and then I think the other really big piece we heard from retailers was that the restaurants and bars had the ability to have outdoor dining, which really upped their street presence, gave them really more space, square footage to operate their business, but the retailers didn't really have that. And by city code, if you wanted to do a street sale or sidewalk sale, it took a special permit. So what you'll see in here, and also replaces some other code, is they can create these outdoor merchandising areas. We kind of have nicknamed them these retail bubbles, but basically it's outside of their store. They permit it once for the year. It's a site plan that says, this is my usable space. I've got to keep this ADA walkway. Everybody's got to deal with that, whether you're a performer, street merchant, or using the bubble. But you can set out a rack with scarves. You could actually have a street performer come be in your outdoor retail area. You can sell stuff out there, whatever. It's your space, and it's really meant to be dynamic. So if they want to put plants out there, the deal is everything just has to come in at night. So it's nothing's supposed to be permanent out there. It's not like the fencing that goes up for the dining areas or anything like that. But they're meant to have kind of their own dynamic space out there. So that's a really big piece of this. It also allows for temporary movable furniture. So if you're like Seraphim and you don't want an area for alcohol and things like that that goes with outdoor dining, but you want some bistro tables and chairs or a coffee house, you can also do that under this section too. So our big request to you today, and I'm happy to get into any of the level of details. I told Mike, I was like, this really is a study session. And he's like, well, it's budget season. You're just going to have to do a regular staff report. So I could spend a lot of time going into all these details, and so I'm happy to take questions. I also believe we have some stakeholder folks here too. Brad Anderson with Arts and Humanities. Arts and Humanities has been our co-partners, co-department drafters on this. Leslie with SDI is here. And then Dean also helped me a lot with drafting. So any of us would be happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, this is the first step. What we're asking you to do is do first reading of Ordinance 22-11114. And that would actually create the district itself. And then we'll be back in front of you, not this coming Monday, but the Monday after that second reading. And we'll also bring a fee resolution at that time that we're working through. Just to give you a little insight on that fee resolution, what the group has recommended is a small fee for most of the permits. And if you're an existing SDI member, you would just pay that one-time fee permit. But if you are not an SDI member, and we have talked about this with our finance department, you would pay a $100 additional fee, a one-time fee, and then that money is actually sent back to SDI. Because the purpose of being an SDI member is the marketing, keeping the streets clean, just really enhancing that downtown experience. And so if you're a food truck and you want to come do business in Salina, well, the permit's $50, but you also need to pay a $100 SDI fee. And that $100 will go to SDI, $50 goes to us to do permit processing and stuff like that. So that's what we're trying to work through right now. That was something the group was hoping for. And as I mentioned, we'll be bringing special events here after city manager gets back from vacation. That one has a lot of conflicting code in it, so I had Greg and Mike make sure I didn't repeal and replace something I shouldn't have. But it'll be an exciting piece, and we've got a lot of people working on those pieces for sure. And that will also be a long staff report. I just have to prepare you guys. So with that, staff is recommending option 1, which is approval of ordinance 22-11114. But also in front of you for a choice is approving that ordinance with amendments as you deem appropriate, or 3, to postpone consideration of this ordinance to a specified date and time and provide staff with direction regarding additional information or amendments that you would like us to produce for further consideration, or 4, approve the ordinance on first reading and provide direction regarding additional, and that may be an additional copy there. So we have a postpone or approve with recommendations, and then 5, vote to deny the ordinance resulting in restricting or prohibiting of activities that are desired within downtown. And this does have a sunrise clause on it, meaning that even once it's published, it actually won't be active until the 13th of June. And that gives us time to make sure we've got all the new permits into Llama and some of those other pieces in order. We were trying to time it with special events, but there's just no way to do it. But it is set to, if you approve it, it would be active the 13th of June.
That means an application could be applied, permit could be applied no sooner than June 13th?
Correct.
Or a person could use, so they couldn't use the permit June 13th?
Nope.
Okay.
No, there's no permit to apply for at the moment because it's not in the system. And one of the things we've talked about with SDI, particularly for the retail, outdoor retail areas, is we actually have a computer lab downstairs, or actually we are downstairs. We have a computer lab on this level, is getting the retailers to just come in and we kind of do a permit-a-thon, just get them all through it in just kind of one sitting so that once they're in, they're good. And the real deal is once those are in, their renewal in the future is not that big of a deal. So we thought that's really the most intensive one because it has to do with where they're placing stuff in the right-of-way on a regular basis. So we want to make sure those are right versus, it's pretty clear where the food trucks have to park. It's pretty clear as a food or like a cart vendor where you can and can't park. But as the retailers, each of them have slightly differing locations. So customizing those is a little bit of a challenge. Some of them have planter boxes, some of them have light posts, things like that. So our goal is to kind of get those done up front, so that's good to go. And you'll see that activity on the street the fastest too. I think that's one of the other reasons we want to engage that, because some of the other things are, you're waiting for somebody to do a use. Where the retailers are already there, they can take advantage of that new space quickly.
All righty, let's start on the left.
Yeah, I think this is a great step, and I like number 2, approve with amendments. I think we'll be making amendments down the road because as the ACE district, I already got that down, as the ACE district continues to evolve, I can see things, changing. But it's exciting what's going on downtown. I think this is a good step in the right direction. So appreciate everybody for all their hard work, and I've been waiting for this to come before us. It's been on that far left of our agenda planner for how long? So, yep.
2 years.
Thank you. Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Hoppick, 100%.
Yep. Commissioner Ryan?
I agree as well. Thanks to everybody for the hard work. Can I fry an egg on the sidewalk? Or I need a permit?
Actually, that is in the no list. unless you have a food cart. I mean, then you could probably fry an egg in the food cart. So
How do the CID, the extra sales tax collected? Is that incumbent on the merchant to collect the?
So it is. So one of the things that we have acknowledged in the permit is if you're vending, is we have very specific language that comes from the Star Bond and stuff, but you have to be within the Star Bond district. So some of the boundaries don't exactly follow the Star Bond district because when the boundary was placed, there's a parking lot that's kind of across from Cozy Inn next to United Way's office that was not in the Star Bond because it's not revenue producing. Also, City County building was not in the Star Bond because it's not revenue producing, but both could be excellent for events or whatever. So we added those in. So if you were vending there, you wouldn't have the CID fee, but the other ones, we have an acknowledgement that states, and then we're able to collect that data through our permitting process, that we're able to give that to finance. So when they have to send notice out to, or there's questions about who did and didn't pay, we'll have record of that.
Thank you. Good question.
The one permit, annual permit, I guess my concern is having conflicting events and things going on. Is there a system to prevent that?
Yeah, so it's clear in every section, if you are not participating in the special event, so like the museum throws their fall street festival, if you are a vendor under that special event, then you're in there and you can do your thing under their permit. But if you are a, let's say like a vending cart, it actually says in here exactly how far a distance you have to be away from the event. So there, and then also it highlights in here, you know, if you're an outdoor dining area, you have to be within a certain distance of that. If you're a street performer, you have to be within a certain distance of the event, of that outdoor dining area. It does really try to take into effect where you have conflicting uses and try and kind of set that up in advance. And the special events, you know, there's a lot of organization and pre-planning that goes into that. And if those spaces are reserved, then as a user, you just can't go in those spaces. There are other places you can go. For instance, you wanted to go to Campbell Plaza as a performer. Yeah, you're permitted for the year, but the plaza's reserved tonight. You gotta go find another one.
So they would have their permit, but they would still have to go online and reserve the space.
Yeah, so to be a street performer, you don't have to reserve anything. If nobody was in that plaza that night, and you just wanted to make balloon animals right there, and you're a street vendor who's permitted for the year, you could go in there and make balloon animals that evening. And if people want to walk by and buy balloon animals or whatever, great. But you don't.
You really like balloon animals.
I'm just trying to find good examples. That was, well, trying to find something also that's not music. Because typically a lot of that's going to be busking, which doesn't have the purchasing component to it. But yes, if somebody wants to sell CDs for their music on a small table next to them, they can set up anywhere. As long as it follows the instructions in here, you don't need a whole plaza reserved for that. But if you are going to have, we talked about at Christmas time, you know, one of the schools wants to bring down a set of risers and take over a plaza and do like all-day choral kind of Christmas music while SDI plans like a downtown Christmas festival, then yeah, we'd probably need to reserve that plaza, and it's a special event. It's a minor special event. So you're getting ahead of me, because there are two kinds of special events in the new permitting process, but it would be a minor one, and they could reserve that space. But typically, these uses are mobile, so they don't have to have a reserved space. If something's going on over there, go find another spot.
So the food truck coming off the highway, he could come in, if there's a space just open, they pull in.
Nope, they can pull in to one of our designated daytime food truck spots.
The
Yes,
designated place.
yes.
Or
And-
they can get online and reserve a space.
Yeah, they could in advance, or if they pull in and they check the app, because we're gonna have to put signage out there that says check to see if this is reserved. You know, and if it's not reserved, they can just do the reservation right then and there.
Okay, what's llama stand for?
Land access,
Nobody knows.
yeah.
It's our
Land
permitting
application
software.
management, something else. It's our permitting software.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's our permitting software. What makes it unique is it's map-based. Everything comes off of address versus other things that permit differently. But it's a digital system, and it'll play nice with Civic Rec. That's one of the things we've been testing the last couple of weeks. We'll also put plaza reservations into Civic Rec, which is not something right now, which will help Leslie greatly, making it easier to reserve. And it also, from a user perspective, is just more consistent. You want to rent Friendship Center, you want to rent a pavilion, you want to rent a plaza. You don't really need to know that it's just all under that city purview. Is there one spot? Yep, one spot to do all those reservations.
That's good. Two questions. How early and often could a food truck reserve the same spot so they don't end up basically sending out flyers, come see us at our location, 520 South 7th.
So they could do that to a point. I can't remember what is the pre-registering timeline. I think it's like up to 1 week in advance. Do not quote me because I can't remember at the moment. But you can get in advance, but the idea is you're not allowed to book it every day for a week or something like that. And the reservations are broken up, so you can't have it all day. So there are some of those things in there to try and keep it dynamic. But one of the things, like this is one of these spots that I worry about, things that we may need to amend over time, and they're not actually in code. Some of that's just in the manual of how we handle reserving. If we don't have enough of a demand and somebody wants to be there all day, okay, well, I mean, that's still a dynamic, active space. And if we get to a point where somebody's trying to use it as a permanent restaurant location, I'm going to call Leslie and say, hey, I think they need a brick and mortar business. Like, maybe let's find them a spot downtown. And I think from an economic development perspective, that's one of the things I hope for from some of the food trucks, is they realize they have such a local business here and such a calling that maybe we're growing future restaurants for downtown Salina by having the food trucks. And I think that's why everyone was like, we can't not have these down here. We just need them to kind of play nice with our already existing food purveyors.
I hadn't thought about that. That's a good idea. And one other thing, on the food trucks, the restrictions on audio devices, and I can understand the bells and the sirens, but if a food truck wanted to play music, from within, suitable for the type food that they were selling.
So currently, I think the food trucks do not allow music. The outdoor retail spaces, though, do allow for music. So if the merchant downtown wants to have some ambiance to their space on a Saturday morning or whatever, that is allowed. And this one was kind of a tricky subject because nobody wanted it to be obnoxious, but people also wanted it to be an active space. And if music was part of an active space, they wanted it. And our amplified sound permit is kind of difficult to get. And so we were trying to take barriers away. It's not difficult to get, it's just one more thing. So we're trying to take barriers out of the way of retailers from having these dynamic spaces.
Because I could see a street performer making music, amplified or not, right near the food truck. But the food truck can't have soft music coming from within the food truck.
I think there is a distance in which the food truck and the street performer have to be from one another.
I mean,
And-
just the food truck, well, my gosh, he can stand on the sidewalk and make as much music as he wants. I just want to turn the speaker up to #1 on a 10-point dial.
I would say to the food truck merchant, if that is that big of a deal, I would love to talk to you about it, because generally your purpose as a food truck purveyor is to sell food. And if you've got other music going on around you that's a live performing component, that's also kind of their #1 objective. So if I'm trying to tell street entertainers to go away because the food truck wants to play soft music, I want to kind of understand, because, I mean, that street performer may be drawing somebody to the food truck.
Right, because the food trucks during the day wouldn't be on Santa Fe.
Nope.
So where they are, there's probably very little competition for sound.
Well, unless like a performer wants to hang out in one of the plazas or something like that and strum their guitar during the lunch hour.
Oh, then they should definitely be in business together if they're gonna.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's where, like,
food, right?
from the food trucks that we talk to, I can't imagine them wanting to have that fight, because them playing, even if it's like, let's say like Jamaican music, because it's a Jamaican food truck, they don't. We talk to a lot of food trucks. They don't want to have that kind of fight. If there's somebody in the plaza playing guitar or whatever, that's just one more thing to get somebody to pay attention to where they're at the parking spot. And then if you're figuring out where the food trucks are hanging out and you're checking them out, you're kind of already there because you want that food, not because they're playing soft Jamaican music from their food truck. But I will send an email to the generic email spot that we've got, and if food truck volume and buskers become an issue, I mean, we can always tweak that. So, but I appreciate I mean,
No,
that's an issue.
Well, the nice thing is, I mean, your mindset is, let's roll it out there and
Yep.
tweak it as we go. And that's the perfect way to do this. I wouldn't even begin to want to amend this personally.
I would be willing to bet that everybody kind of finds a homeostasis once everybody gets established and figures out what they're wanting to do. And coincidentally, I was in downtown Charleston about a month and a half ago, and in the Plaza area, live music. There was a restaurant, there was a bar, and it almost looked collaborative, even though it wasn't. And the vibe was nice, and it's exciting that we're going that direction. And the more we talk about it, the better it sounds.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we heard from everybody in the stakeholder committee is we need just enough rules to keep chaos from breaking loose, but don't make so many rules that you can't have synergy develop naturally. So that's where, like, trying to kind of find that balance. And whether it's amplified noise, live music, and where those things occur, I think is going to be part of that learning curve for sure.
No, it'll be nice. Get hungry at 11:30 at night, you know where to go. All righty, any comments from the public?
Norman, Salina, I just heard this on the radio this morning. Is there going to be security issue with all this, like noise and stuff? Because two guys were driving down the street. One guy didn't like the other guy's noise. Somebody died. They pulled out their guns and shot each other.
I don't know to that extent, and I would look for feedback from the chief of police, but I think anytime you have people out and about, I suppose there's always a higher risk to conflict.
Well, somebody's not going to like this music because he's playing that, and nothing over here. I don't like his either.
Well, it's definitely part of this, and it's also part of the special event permit stuff, as we've been talking a lot with PD, particularly for events, like how many police officers really need to be assigned to event, kind of standardizing for particularly like parades and races, where they go to help with traffic and conflict situations. So I can definitely convey that a bit more. And I think as the presence with people kind of out and about becomes more and more downtown, I mean, I think that's going to be part of more of that cops on the street kind of regular beat to walk.
Of course, we've already got that problem with people just going to the bars now drinking. I mean, it won't be
Now, if we got more law enforcement in the public, you're going to be causing conflicts. I guess that's what we got to live with, huh?
Yep.
John Blanchard, City of Salina. Mayor, you might want to buckle up. This is the second time I'm going to make a positive comment, so to speak. I think this is a great idea. I know there's a lot of work that's gone into this and a lot of analyzing things that are going to happen and not happen. Little bit of background. I have experience in 2002 following the Salt Lake City Olympics in the winter of 2002. I was asked by the community or the economic development director and the mayor of Salt Lake City to head up an effort called Sights and Sounds Downtown. It was an effort to continue the excitement that took place in downtown Salt Lake City following the Winter Olympics. And basically, I did what we want to do here. I organized buskers. I organized outdoor concerts for Friday and Saturday evenings of both nights. And we encouraged performing and visual artists to come down and show their work and sell it as well. So let me touch on a few things here, and typically the more and we threw this together quick. The more regulation you try to throw at artists and performers, the least are going to show up. And so you need to keep it a little bit loose. As far as buskers go, one of the nice things we had was we had a new streetscape, and on every light pole in the downtown there was an outlet that you could plug into. I had a busker come up to me and say, I play blues guitar, can I plug a little amp in to one of your things? I said, well, let me go turn the power on. And we did it. Everybody loved it. We had a guy that was a police officer, And he was the karaoke cop, and he carried his karaoke machine around and plugged it into whatever, up and down Main Street, plugged it in whatever outlet was nearest, and people would do karaoke right there on the street. Really popular. But the more you can allow that to happen, and one thing that I think you may need to amend and work out is that a lot of these buskers will show up and they'll play, but they also have CDs that they've made, and it's for donation or whatever. So if they have to have a permit to sell a CD or whatever, it's kind of the trend now that they have CDs because they want to be recognized and remembered or whatever. One thing that we did that I can tell you that you might want to have on hand. I was there every Friday and Saturday night, and I had people coming up to me all the time. We had a police substation downtown. We had bicycle cops that, you have, that person that's going to be there and managing it has to get to know those folks and know where everyone is. So I would say don't underestimate that you're going to have some conflicts between the commerce sides of things, but with the artists, you're probably not going to. The only conflict that I ever had to spend a great deal of time on was amplified sound. Not from the buskers or anything else, but when we did an outdoor concert and we did 2 bands each night, and Guitar Center was our sponsor, so people would go down to Guitar Center and sign up. You might do that with somebody like S&M Hansen if you get to something like that. But the amplified noise from those bands, it wasn't the volume, it was the time. And so we ended up having to compromise. We tried out a whole lot of different things, and we communicate. We had a lot of people live in high-rise apartments downtown Salt Lake City, and so we had to go to the community groups and everything and say, hey, this is what we're going to try. We're going to do it. So communication is key, and let the downtown residents know what you want to do. Make them a partner in it. We ended up having to compromise, and we were able to play amplified music pretty loud until 10 p.m. But we wanted to go to 11, but some people wanted us to go to 9. But it's just the kind of thing where people are there to have fun, and sometimes the overregulation kind of gets in the way of people having fun. Because at the end of the day, buskers are only going to show up if there's people down there shopping and people down there for other events and stuff, because if there's no one down there, buskers and entertainers and performers aren't going to waste their time to be down there. But I wish you a great deal of luck. I think it's great, but it really is, Commissioner Hoppick, you said you anticipate a lot of amendments, and I say rather than a lot of amendments, you're probably just going to have to see what works and what doesn't. But it can be a lot of fun. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know, Brad Anderson with Arts and Humanities is here, and Leslie Bishop with SDI, so I don't know if either of them want to also provide feedback or the commission desires that.
Well, certainly welcome your input.
I'll keep it really brief, but from an arts and entertainment thing, what John Blanchard had just said, and a common topic in our weeks about not being too restrictive, but also being able to be a good partner, both on the income side of the investment that the city of Salina and the private sector has made in the downtown was important. And I think we have a pretty good balance that from an artist perspective, the artists and that advisory committee feel like it gives an ample opportunity for that. And there are some unique hybrids for a musician that wants to play music and sell CDs, hasn't gotten a permit, with the permission of a local business who does have a permit for their bubble. They could conduct that commerce in that bubble, run that sales tax through that merchant, make the arrangement there, and have some freedom and flexibility. So if they're coming through from Nashville to LA and want to play in Salina, there are some opportunities to do that. So it will take a lot of coordination, but I was thrilled with the input from the diverse group of the community and what this means throughout the entire time. And some of you may remember this, but in the first downtown redevelopment that was done through the private sector, the concept development, Ken Boone from not from HDR, but from another company, Ochsner, Hare & Hare, OHH. He said, we can make this as beautiful as you can afford, but without programming, you're not going to have people. And what this does from a commerce and from an artistic and from a creative energy, it populates that downtown with an active and more permissions than we've had before without a lot of restrictions. So I'm really looking forward to it, and from the early indications, there's a lot of enthusiasm for what's happening downtown. So
Great. Ms. Bishop, come on up.
Good afternoon, Leslie Bishop, Salina Downtown. I feel like I've cheated because I'm late to the ACE party. Brad and Lauren have done a lot of the work, but what I will add is, there will be a safety issue, but, we have 43 security cameras, and we're going to be adding more. Just today, they came in helpful. Chief Nelson has told me that starting the weekend of May 6th, which was just a couple of weekends ago, we have police on bikes that are patrolling the downtown area now through the end of summer. And then, of course, we also have police patrol in the early morning hours that we see on our camera between 3 and 4 a.m. So there will, we have some things in place right now. Secondly, after our first really large, big, wildly successful May 7th event, I can tell you this, and I'll allude to what Brad said, people are excited and they're ready. We got a phone call about twice a day since then wanting to know when the next live music is going to be in downtown Salina. We had Drum Fitness on Saturday morning and at Ash and Santa Fe, and people stopped to see what it was. The Artwork Alley this weekend, I mean, the energy and the excitement is there, and I'm thrilled to death, and I'm thrilled for our merchants because they can bring. I spoke with one merchant who said, I would love to have someone sell something that maybe I don't offer in my bubble. So it's an exciting time. There's energy, and I mean, our office is ready. We're small but mighty, and working really well with arts and humanities, and I see lots of room for, amendments and tweaking, but we can do that with open communication and just all being very transparent. But thank you for your time, and this is a wonderful opportunity.
All right. Thank you. I think just on the action to take, the words on first reading weren't written, but I believe that should be added to any motion.
Need to say first reading?
Oh, correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Just,
Sorry.
right. Is there Mayor Davis motion?
Would help if I turn that on. Mayor Davis, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11114 on first reading.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11114. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, let the fun begin. Any other business?
I have one thing, and as I was reading and we were talking about the new ACE district, I spend a lot of time downtown, obviously, because my office is down there, and I would like to thank all those that were involved with the new stage. I don't know how many of you have seen it at night. I know 3 of my commissioners to my right are excited. We still are celebrating KU's national championship, obviously, but it looks great at night sitting down there on Ash and Santa Fe. And then I don't know if you've seen Arts and Humanities has had a group that's painted the inside of the stage, and I'll pass those around, and they're available for anybody from the public. As we talk about energy, I think this is going to be a venue of choice for a lot of people. I was down there the Saturday when the Sunset Center sang, and the sound was great. We had issues with the old place in Campbell Plaza because it was just too small, and the music, just bounced off the walls. And the Sunset Centers were ecstatic. They had plenty of power, which they don't always have in some of the other places. They were thrilled with it. I just think it's going to be a venue that's going to be used and used and used over and over again. And so for all those that had the vision to move it there, I think it looks great, and I think it serves a great purpose of bringing more people downtown, and that's what we want. So thank you to everybody involved.
Thank you. I think we owe Commissioner Franz a thank you for pushing this in that direction there.
I had one item.
Yep.
We all received an email from City Manager Schrag today concerning our email. And
come closer to the microphone.
no, there's been, problems with the email system. And I guess the question is, I'm trying to pull up his email.
Able to hear.
I'd like to get public input on how they would like to address the commission. He put up 2 or 3 options here of having your email address you currently have, a dedicated email, or a city-issued email, which would simplify things and make it consistent. It would be, bill.longbine@salina.org, all the way across to be salina.org. I don't know what the other commissioners' thoughts are, but I think I'd like to hear some public input. If they would prefer simplified at salina.org or all different. Something we need to get resolved.
Well, might be worthwhile to get commissioners' input first, if you've had a chance to think about it.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to read the memo yet, so I'll just have to pass at this point.
I'm still undecided.
And I spoke with city manager. My solution was probably more complicated than he wanted, but it's a balance between being accessible, making sure that we get equal access to information, and to protect, the privacy of our own personal emails. Which up to this point has not been a problem. I've had no one treat me poorly in that regard, but it is a concern. Probably what we could do, maybe, it'd probably be a 5-10 minute study session issue, if we can do that. June 6th?
Yeah.
Since we don't meet next
Consensus
week,
of the group.
I mean, just to give us the options, also give us 2 weeks to think about it, and give you direction on that day.
Did you offer us the options intending for us to have one uniform type? Because I like to keep things simple, and I've got my own email, and I just would remain with that, just because I'm not up to integrating it with my phone and my office computers.
We'll help you, Commissioner Ryan.
Well, in answer to your question, yes. The way I presented it was individual preference. If you indicated what you'd like, we'd accommodate that. If you, as a governing body, want to standardize, that's kind of a conversation, I guess, amongst yourselves to go that route.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, right now, if a letter comes into the city commission through the city manager's office, it goes out to all 5 of us.
Did you say letter? Like
Well,
paper letter?
or someone sends you an email, you then forward it. If it's directed to us, you forward it to all
Correct.
5 of us.
Correct.
And that system, I think, works. I guess the other question is, if a citizen wanted to address just one city commissioner or just certain ones, we have to have a system for doing that as well.
Yes, my email related to the email functionality on our website, trying to transition from what was broken to something that was functional. And a citizen can make one click and have all the commissioners' email addresses auto-filled in their email, so they could send you, you as a group, an email. My question was what your preferred email address is for that purpose. That would then determine where you receive it and trying to accommodate whatever's most convenient for you. To your point of if someone wanted to individually, they could either do that and delete the other 4 commissioners off of that email distribution list, or we could publish your individual email addresses for them to then personally add or provide a link that they could click one at a time. I mean, our approach all along has been to try to facilitate communication to the entire governing body, so that you're all aware. But this has gotten surprisingly complicated. We're really just trying to replace the technology we had in place.
Does the individual commissioner's email address show up to the sender of that
Yes,
email?
it does, yep.
Because with the current system, it's somewhat blinded to the commissioner's email.
The current system had a city commission at salina.org email, and somehow had frankly, a hole in our firewall that let it just pass right on through. We forwarded it on, no questions asked. When we changed the Exchange servers, that's what caused our functional problem with that email approach, and we're trying to replace that.
Right. Because I think receiving emails is not the big issue. It's from which email does the commissioner wish to initiate the reply?
Correct. In the scenario that if you provided your individual preference, then wherever you receive it from, you'd be able to reply from. If it was some standardized city email address, you would then need to log into the city email system as yourself to be able to see it and then respond.
Okay. June
I'm
6th?
skeptical that that's a viable option when you're in another country or traveling.
And one of my thoughts was if there is a Salina issued address, once a person leaves office, that would be dissolved, and you wouldn't be getting, back to the privacy thing with your own email.
Yeah. So discuss it June 6th? I'm not sure, but I'm sure there's something on the, on the study session.
Sure. Well, we can always start at 2. Start early.
Or 2:15.
One more other business. The River Festival is 16 days away. I think I read on the website this morning there's 2,400 volunteer opportunities available for the River Festival coming up.
Wow.
So if anybody's interested in pitching in, all they have to do is go to the website and offer themselves. They can apply online.
And that's 2,400 still needed.
Yeah, there's spots.
more-
I don't
Yeah,
know.
shifts. So working the gate from this time block to that time block.
Well, I have signed up for one with the Lions Club and see how fun it is to be a greeter. Let's now go to Citizens Forum, which is an opportunity for citizens to come to the podium to discuss, frankly, any issue that's on your mind.
Norman Mantle, Salina. I got this 3 years ago, and it's about the future of our country. If our obituary is ever written, this is how it might read. The pallbearers were a corrupt career politician, a millennial on a skateboard staring at his cell phone, a representative of another community. And we're starting to bring this arts issue you just discovered about. We're going to be opening up a can of worms for economic development. If you start letting some of this stuff in that you're coming here now, I see adult entertainment coming, which is allowed in other states. And that makes a lot of money. Those people buy houses, they buy cars, they pay taxes, they buy goods and services. We're opening up a can of worms. Is that what you want for the reputation of the city of Salina?
Well, not to make light of it, it's here, we're just not permitting it and taxing it, but
Oh, yeah, it's in the open, too. I've seen it happen right here between the two city-county buildings. Open in the public, right there, him and her. And you allowed this to happen. I can verify this. I can get the person from the library. And I says, are they doing what I think they're doing?
you know, there is a difference between allowing it to happen and not going out there to stop it.
It's under Kansas state statutes,
Right.
lewd and lascivious behavior. There is a law against it.
It's art.
Okay.
Ben Winhole, Salina. I don't know how I can follow that, but I'll try. It's ironic that you had downtown on the last item on your agenda. Yesterday was a beautiful day in the afternoon. With that, the fiance of mine and I decided to do the downtown experience, and we did the sculpture tour. We did the whole length, all the pieces. We looked at every one of them. We got a brochure, and on that brochure, this is what it actually says. Each ballot must include name, city, state, zip code, and one point of contact, whether it be email, phone, or address. Ballots will not be accepted by mail or email, as the intent is to have the votes are cast by people who have toured the exhibit in person. I get it. All right, so when we got done, there is and I've been told there's 4 ballot boxes downtown. We used the ballot box in front of Phillips Plaza on Santa Fe at one of the crossovers. Taking our 2 ballots and wanting to put them in there, come to find out, it wasn't locked. It was locked in the position to where the lever was outside of the piece that it needed to be in to lock that box, and I was able to lift it up. I was told that these things are collected on Friday. This is Sunday afternoon, and it wasn't a single ballot in that box. And why? Being you had Friday, Saturday, and most of Sunday, that there weren't any ballots? Was it because they were all taken, or what? But there was no way in Hades that I was going to put my ballots in an open box with my information on it to have somebody, say a homeless person or a teenager. And I'm going to say teenager because here's an incident that happened Saturday night. My fiance's friend patronized Blue Sky, and when she was going in, she observed her car being shot gelled by a carload of 4 teenagers driving by. So she called the police, and the police told her that this is not the first incident, this is an ongoing issue. So what I'm saying is, between the homeless downtown and teenagers wanting to actually maybe go downtown and do whatever, that with their ability with technology, that anything could happen to your personal information. So I went to the Downtown Association and had a discussion with her before I came to the study session today, and she said it was not her problem, it's the Chamber of Commerce and their committee, the Sculpture Tour Committee, that actually locks the boxes and collects the ballots. That's fine, but what I'm saying is I'm bringing to your attention is the City of Salina, the Arts and Humanities, and the Downtown Association want people to come downtown and enjoy themselves, and then you have things like this to where there's a possibility that their information, personal, whatever, can be taken by someone if you continue with this issue. So I'm just bringing to your attention that things are not all rosy downtown. I'll leave it at that.
We could get all the principals involved, and I'd have an expert sitting to my left.
I'd be
I'm
glad
sorry.
to address that, and I thank Mr. Winholtz for his comments, and not sure why it wasn't locked. Again, this is not a reflection on the city. This is a group of volunteers with the help of SDI and Visit Salina that puts this on. So no way is the city of Salina at fault here. I would tell anyone if they are not comfortable when they go to put their ballot in and there's a ballot box that's not locked or anything, don't put it in there. You can drop it off at the SDI office or the chamber office or mail it in. And I appreciate the comment, but this is the first time we've had a complaint of this sort in 12 years. So I guess we're not perfect, but sorry about that. But you're more than welcome to mail your ballot in. If nothing else, I hope you enjoyed the sculpture walk.
It says on your ballot you can't mail them in.
Yes, you can.
No, it says right here.
Okay. Well, drop it off. What the whole key is, and I'll talk to you later about it, but the reason we ask for information is we try to limit one ballot per person and some of that. So anyway.
And I understand that, but the ballot, it says right here on bullet point number 4, ballots will not be accepted by mail or email.
And part of that so we don't get ballot stuff.
Right, and I
from around
understand
the
that,
country.
so you don't have, you don't have ballot
So.
stuffing and everything else, so.
So
Thank you.
mail it to me and I'll make sure it gets to the right place. How's that?
All right, I'll get your
Okay.
address.
You want to tell us what you voted for? You want to tell us what you voted for?
I turned my ballots in
Okay.
to the downtown when I was there. I handed them to her and then showed her the picture on the phone. Yes, I can tell you, we
Okay.
both voted for the catfish.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that, to me, being a mechanical guy, there was so many things in there that was in that sculpture between electric drills and everything else that made that piece. So to me, I thought it was the best.
That's a new artist also, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments?
Hi, Commissioners, Chad Farber, Salina. I'm assuming that you're not going to meet next Monday, is that correct?
Correct.
Due to it being Memorial Day, and I know it hasn't been mentioned, but I think we as a city should be eternally grateful for the sacrifices of our men and women who have given their lives for the freedoms that we enjoy. Just a quote from Ronald Reagan, he said, "We owe our freedom of choice and action to those men and women in uniform who have served this nation and its interest in time of need. In particular, we are forever indebted to those who have given their lives that we might be free." And coming from a military family, I'm very, very grateful for the sacrifices of our military men and women around the world. Just a quick follow-up on the email. Is it fixed now where people can communicate with the City Commission?
There's an interim solution in place. They can click that email. It works internally for our city staff, and then we forward it on. We confirm receipt with the person that sent it, and we forward it on to the city commission. But
It's been very frustrating over the last month, I guess it has been, 6 weeks maybe.
agreed. For us as
Probably
well.
on both sides
Yep.
of it as well. But that was a question that came from one of the ladies who had to leave a little bit early. She was just checking to see, and perhaps that's another reason why the public forum should be at the beginning of the meeting, so they could have that input then instead of waiting till afterwards. Thank you all for your service. I know a lot of times I get up here and I complain, as do a lot of citizens, but I do want to thank you all for your service as our commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you for partially correcting our act of omission by not recognizing Memorial Day ahead of time. In my mind, I'm saying, oh, we'll do that next Monday, but we won't be here next Monday to do it. So I do appreciate those comments.
Mayor, Commissioners, John Blanchard, going for the trifecta, perhaps. 4 weeks ago, I came and asked about staffing levels at the police department and whether or not we were at acceptable levels for public safety. And I just want to ask, because I never really got a firm answer on it, but the police chief told me at that time we were down 13 officers. over 3 weeks ago. Are you aware of any other additions and/or resignations at the police department?
I think the number is
Since that time?
still 13. We've had a resignation. We've also had an officer that resigned return to the department.
Okay, so we've had one resignation and one officer return. Okay.
That's what I'm aware of. I don't. There may be more on either side of that equation.
Okay. That's not what I heard, but you're in a better position to know than I am. So those that know better, I will defer and have more information. I will defer. But I have, though, over the past week, I don't know if you guys have, you've had some email problems, so maybe you haven't. But I've heard from a lot of people that about business break-ins, about home break-ins, and other things, and things tend to just, they seem to be getting worse rather than better. So at what point maybe, at what staffing level do you guys feel is an acceptable level before we start to have a conversation about public safety in the community? And you can choose to answer or not answer. But in the time I have left, I just want to mention something about the downtown stage. At the end of last week's meeting, I asked the city manager who designed that stage, because as a site planner and a landscape architect, that stage is actually designed about 180 degrees opposite of what it should be orientation-wise. And not only that, but it's located in the middle of an asphalt parking lot, and anybody that spent any time doing any site analysis or road work or anything can tell you that the temperatures on asphalt is about 30 to 40 degrees higher than the air temperature at that time. So in an 80-degree day, that asphalt may be 130 to 140 degrees. I was told, I believe you told me that Anderson Knight designed that plaza. And I was unable to find, is there a building permit on that? I was unable to find any information other than a staff report that indicated that staff had decided where the stage was going to go and how it was going to be oriented. Because I find it hard to believe that an architectural firm that is known for extremely good work would make that big of a mistake.
Right.
And so, and I don't disagree that the lighting on it looks nice, but it's oriented in the wrong position, and I just didn't feel like the answer you gave me last week was truthful.
So I guess as clarification, the conversation you and I had was from the outset, the conversation immediately presumed the placement that it's in terms of it being triangular in shape, being in that corner, being oriented at the parking lot.
Oriented towards the buildings and the parking lot and away from the intersections.
Right.
Right. Away from the street.
Yeah,
and the
so
sidewalks.
the Anderson Knight design was more structural than it was a site design.
So orientation means which direction is it facing and where is it placed on the site. Theirs was engineering-wise as far as structural and...
Yeah, we entered into an agreement that specified kind of materials and design aspects for...
So who decided where it was going to be placed?
It came to,
Staff?
initially from staff, and then it came to the city commission.
Okay, so it wasn't Anderson Knight.
No, there was a presumption about that orientation from the get-go.
And these guys are a really good design firm, and not only that, but Mr. Dan Knight is a 1981 graduate of South High School and a classmate of mine, so...
I wasn't looking to mischaracterize. They did the design of the stage, the structure, the architecture.
But they didn't decide that staff decided that it was going to be in that parking lot and the direction that it was going to face.
But yeah, when we spoke, I acknowledged to you there was an immediate presumption on pretty much everyone's part that it was triangular in shape and it gravitated to that corner, and that was the plan, the first set of plans that were presented to the city commission when that conversation came.
Okay, well, I will just say this then. I agree that it looks nice, but functionally, it's a 180-degree difference, and I would hope that the next time you decide to spend money on a project like that you would engage a professional whose expertise is in site planning. Thank you.
One
One last thing, I'm sorry, one last thing. On the retention, on the recruitment and retention study that was done for the police department 2018, is there any way that you can have your efficiency department, I can't remember what we're calling it now, continuous process improvement, figure out what the cost for having, what is the cost of poor retention? Like, what is the taxpayer cost for every time we train a police officer and then they leave? What does that actually cost us? Because I think the taxpayers would be interested in knowing what that cost is. And then just real quick on your answer, both. People should be able to send it to salina.org, citycommission.org, but also you should have your own. And the reason I believe is that if you send me if you do an email with someone else, if someone sends you and I want to get a public open record, I can go to your salina.org and request that open record, but I don't know that the city has the capability of going to your personal email address and fulfilling an open records request on your personal thing. So I'm in favor of Bill Longbine at salina.org.
And those would be some of the issues which we could discuss on the 6th as far as the liability of messages on our personal emails being subject to open meeting request and other liabilities.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. We have some other business, which before the motion is made, I'm going to request that before, assuming we approve an executive session, we have a 5-minute recess before the executive session starts.
I'll second that.
And sitting in that chair, the honor is yours.
How long do you think we need?
I may be overly optimistic, but I think we can do it in 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Whoa. Okay. Be
If you, 7:40.
21 plus 15.
So 7:41.
I move the city commission take a 5-minute recess and then recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations relating to the South Park property with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:41.
Second?
Been moved and seconded to recess into executive session after a 5-minute
I'll
recess
cut that short.
for the purpose of meeting with legal counsel.
Let's move that to 7:44.
7:44. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion
Well, what, pizza's not good enough anymore?
We're older now. It's the saturated fat. We'll call the meeting back into regular session.
Food truck must have been here.
While it's not as exciting, we don't have any action to take. Entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, any objections? We are adjourned.
All right.